Welcome to my AP US Government and Politics Mega Review video. This video will review the entire course in just 4 hours. Let's dive in. Unit 1 is titled Foundations of American Democracy. This unit tells the story of the debates about American democracy that took place between the Articles of Confederation, ratified in 1781, and the United States Constitution, which came into effect in 1789. These debates primarily took place in the form of public essays written in newspapers in 1787 and 1788. The essays are known as the Federalist Papers and the Anti-Federalist Essays. The Federalist Papers, written by Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and John Jay, made the case for a strong national government to help guide and protect the nation. The Anti-Federalist Essays, written by anonymous writers under the pen names Brutus, Cato, and Federal Farmer, didn't trust the idea of a national government and believed it should be weak in order to protect the rights of citizens. Okay, let's pause there for a second. You might be realizing already that there are going to be a lot of ideas and concepts you're going to need to remember. That's why I've made the 4-hour exam-ready playbook, a study and review guide that you can complete while watching the video. Grab it through the link in the description and practice what you're learning while watching. All in just 4 hours. With this guide, it's never too late to prepare for the exam. Now, let's get back to the lesson. The first attempt at a constitution in 1781, called the Articles of Confederation, protected individual rights by ensuring the national government was weak. However, several problems during the 1780s, such as Shays' Rebellion in 1786 and 1787, which we'll talk about in this unit, led to a new set of documents called the United States Constitution, which gave more power to the national government. So, this unit tells the story of the Federalist versus anti-federalist debates during this important era when American democracy was forged. With the scene set, let's now dive into our first lesson, where I'll introduce you to the key ideals of democracy. First, we will look at core democratic ideals, then principles of limited government, and finally, the founding documents. Let's start with core democratic ideals. These are the main ideas that shape how the U.S. government works and why it exists. In this section, we will explore 4 core ideas. First, we'll look at natural rights, then the social contract, followed by popular sovereignty, and finally, limited government. Let's start with natural rights. Natural rights are the basic freedoms and protections that all people are born with. These rights don't come from the government. They exist because you're human. The idea is that no one, not even the government, can take them away. Examples include the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. An example of the right to life is simply that nobody should be allowed to murder you. An example of the right to liberty is that you are free to choose your religion or where you live. An example of the pursuit of happiness is that you have the right to choose what to do with your life, like starting a business or learning an instrument. These rights are the foundation of American democracy. Now let's talk about the social contract. The AP US Government and Politics curriculum actually gives us a clear definition of this term. It defines it as an implicit agreement among the people in a society to give up some freedoms to maintain social order. This is the idea that people agree to form a government and follow its rules, but only if the government protects their rights. People give up a little bit of freedom, like agreeing to follow laws, in exchange for safety and order. Next is popular sovereignty. This means that the people are the source of all government power. In a democracy, the government doesn't rule over the people. The people rule through voting and participation. Elections, public debate, and civic involvement all show how popular sovereignty works in practice. Finally, let's explain limited government. A limited government is one that cannot do whatever it wants. Its powers are restricted by laws like the Constitution so that it doesn't become too powerful. The next section of this lesson double-clicks on this concept by zooming in on the 4 principles of limited government. These are the 4 main ways that the people of the United States are protected from government tyranny. The main ideas are separation of powers, checks and balances, federalism, and republicanism. Let's start with separation of powers. This is the idea that government power should be divided into different branches, like legislative, executive, and judicial, so no one group has all the power. Each branch has its own job and they work separately to keep things balanced. Next is checks and balances. This system allows each branch of government to stop the others from gaining too much power. For example, the president can block a law he doesn't like that was passed by Congress. This is called a presidential veto, but Congress can override that veto if they can get a 2/3 majority of lawmakers to agree. The courts can strike down laws that are unconstitutional. It's like a constant tug of war that keeps everything fair. We're going to dive deeper into separation of powers in Lesson 1.6, so put a pin in that concept, and we'll get back to it later in the unit. Now let's look at federalism. Federalism is the idea that power is shared between the national government and the states. Some powers belong to Washington, D.C., and others belong to state governments. Like separation of powers, federalism is a really big concept in this course that we'll return to several more times. Last in this section is republicanism. This means that people elect representatives to make decisions for them. If we had to vote on every single new law that the government proposes, it would be an expensive and messy process. So instead, we get together and vote for representatives who then cast a vote on our behalf. This way, citizens only need to cast a vote every few years to elect their representative, who will be the person who votes on every piece of legislation on their behalf. Okay, let's move on to founding documents. These are the texts that explain and protect the ideals we've just discussed. For this specific lesson in AP US Government and Politics, we only need to touch on the Declaration of Independence of 1776 and the U.S. Constitution of 1789. First is the Declaration of Independence. This document was written by Thomas Jefferson with help from John Adams and Benjamin Franklin. It explains why the American colonies wanted to break away from British rule. It says that people have natural rights and that government must protect those rights. If it doesn't, the people can choose new leaders. The document is a clear example of both natural rights and popular sovereignty. Now let's look at the U.S. Constitution. This was drafted mainly by James Madison during the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. George Washington led the meeting, and Alexander Hamilton and others on the Grand Committee played important roles. The Constitution sets up the structure of the U.S. government and puts the social contract into action. It limits government power and protects the people. This document is still used today as the blueprint for American democracy. Okay, that brings us to the end of topic 1.1. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're using the 4-hour exam-ready playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key. If you're using the FRQ Mastery Playbook, this lesson's free response practice question will prepare you for an exam-style question about the ideals of democracy. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 1.2. In this lesson, we will explore the different types of democracy. First, we will look at participatory democracy, then pluralist democracy, then elite democracy. After that, we will examine the constitutional debates that shaped these ideas, including Federalist number 10 and Brutus number 1. Let's start with participatory democracy. Participatory democracy is a model of democracy that puts power directly in the hands of the people. It emphasizes widespread involvement in political decision-making, whether through voting, attending public meetings, or being active in civil society groups. The goal is to make sure that the government reflects the will of as many people as possible, not just a few powerful voices. Okay, let's move on to pluralist democracy. Pluralist democracy is a model where political power is mainly held by many different groups who compete to influence government policy. These groups might include labor unions, pro-business associations, professional groups like doctors' associations, and social movements like environmentalist groups. Instead of individuals acting alone, people come together in organized groups to push for change. This model sees politics as a contest among groups, where no one group dominates all the time, and compromise is necessary. Now let's move on to elite democracy. Elite democracy is a model where a small number of people, usually wealthy, educated, or influential, hold most of the power in politics. While everyone technically has a voice, real political decisions are often made by a few who are seen as having the expertise or resources to lead. This model assumes that too much popular involvement can make government unstable or inefficient, so decisions should be filtered through capable leaders. Now let's look at constitutional debates. Let's start with Federalist number 10. Federalist number 10 was written by James Madison. He argued in favor of a large republic with many different groups and interests. Madison believed that pluralism, many competing groups, was the best way to prevent any one group from gaining too much power. He supported a system where the voices of the people were heard, but filtered through elected representatives. Now let's look at Brutus number 1. Brutus number 1 was written by an anti-federalist who worried that a strong central government would take power away from the people. He supported more direct participation in government and warned that a large republic would lead to elite control. Brutus preferred local decision-making and feared that the new constitution would make it too hard for ordinary citizens to influence their leaders. Today, you can still see all three models of democracy in U.S. politics. Town hall meetings and voter initiatives are examples of participatory democracy. Lobbying and interest groups like the NRA or environmental groups show how pluralist democracy works. And elite democracy is visible when wealthy donors or political insiders have a bigger influence on elections and policymaking than the average voter. Okay, that brings us to the end of topic 1.2. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key. If you're using the FRQ Mastery Playbook, you can also complete this lesson's free response practice question to get experience with exam-style questions about this topic before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 1.3. In this lesson, we will explore Federalist and anti-Federalist beliefs. First, we will look at Federalist beliefs, then anti-Federalist beliefs, and finally, we'll compare the key differences between the two. Let's start with Federalist beliefs. The Federalists believed that a strong central government was necessary to keep the country stable and united. The Federalists had a problem with the Articles of Confederation of 1781, which, as we learned earlier in this unit, were the first attempt at a U.S. Constitution. The Federalists thought those articles were too weak and didn't give the national government enough power to do things like build a strong national army and control trade between states. Federalists supported giving more authority to a national government that could act on behalf of all the states. They also believed in a system where power would still be shared with the states, but the national government would have the final say in most matters. They trusted that checks and balances would stop any one branch from becoming too powerful. Okay, let's move on to anti-federalist beliefs. The anti-federalists were worried that a strong national government would take away people's freedoms. They believed the Constitution gave too much power to leaders who were far from ordinary citizens. Instead, they wanted power to stay mostly with the states, where it would be closer to the people. They believed small governments were better at protecting individual rights. They also felt that the Constitution needed a Bill of Rights to clearly protect people's freedoms from being violated by the government. We'll have a whole lesson on this Bill of Rights in Unit 3. Okay, so let's sum up the key differences between federalism and anti-federalism to finish up this lesson. Federalists and anti-federalists had different views about how power should be shared in the new government. Federalists trusted a stronger national government, while anti-federalists wanted most of the power to stay with the states. Federalists focused on national unity and solving big-picture problems, while anti-federalists focused on keeping government personal and protecting individual freedom. This debate between Federalists and anti-Federalists came to a head during the ratification of the new U.S. Constitution. In writings such as Federalist Number 10, the Federalists supported a new constitution which would give more powers to the national government. In writings such as Brutus Number 1, the anti-Federalists opposed the new proposed constitution because they felt it gave too much power to the national government. We'll learn later in this course that a compromise was achieved through the introduction of a Bill of Rights, which was designed to please the anti-federalist groups. Okay, that brings us to the end of this lesson on federalism versus anti-federalism, so complete this lesson's section of the study guide before moving on. There's a free response activity for this lesson for those of you who are also following the FRQ Mastery Playbook. And once you've checked your answers, we can move on to the next lesson, which zooms in on some of the issues with the Articles of Confederation that led the Federalists to believe they were too weak, and a new constitution with a stronger national government was necessary. First, we will look at 5 key weaknesses of the Articles of Confederation, then Shays' Rebellion, which was an uprising that demonstrated a key weakness of the Articles. Let's start with the Article's key weaknesses. The Articles of Confederation created a weak central government with very limited powers. The states held most of the power, and this caused serious problems. Let's go through the specific areas where the Articles were weak. First, we will look at military power, then executive power, then judicial power, then interstate commerce, and finally currency control. Let's start with military power. Under the Articles of Confederation, the national government did not have the power to raise and maintain a standing army. This became a problem when rebellions or conflicts happened, because there was no central force ready to respond quickly. Instead, the government had to ask the states to send troops, which was slow and unreliable. Okay, let's move on to executive power. The Articles did not create an executive branch. There was no president or national leader who could enforce the laws passed by Congress. That meant even if Congress passed a law, there was no one to make sure people followed it. For example, the national government couldn't collect taxes unless states agreed to cooperate, and many didn't. Next is judicial power. There was no national court system under the Articles. That meant if states had conflicts with each other, or if there were legal problems across state lines, there was no official place to resolve those issues. This made the law feel inconsistent and weak across the country. Now let's look at interstate commerce. The national government didn't have the power to regulate trade between the states. Each state could set its own rules, taxes, and regulations for trading with other states. This made trade confusing and unfair, and it hurt the national economy. Finally, let's talk about currency control. Under the Articles, the national government couldn't be the only one to print money. States printed their own currencies, which led to confusion and inflation. A dollar from one state might not be accepted in another, and this made it hard to do business across state lines. Okay, let's move on to Shays' rebellion. This event showed how dangerous the Article's weaknesses could be. In 1786, farmers in Massachusetts, led by Daniel Shays, were angry about high taxes and losing their farms. They formed a militia and tried to take over a federal arsenal. The national government couldn't stop them because it had no army. Eventually, a private state militia put down the rebellion, but it scared many leaders. They realized the country needed a stronger central government to keep order and protect rights. Okay, that brings us to the end of Challenges of the Articles of Confederation. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 1.5. In this lesson, we will explore the ratification of the U.S. Constitution, which refers to the political negotiations that helped secure support for the new, stronger Constitution. First, we will look at foundational compromises, which were key deals made to get different groups to agree on the Constitution. Then, we will turn to the amendment process, which was added to allow future changes to the document. After that, we'll look at unresolved issues and ongoing debates, which refer to issues that were left unclear during ratification and still spark debate today. Let's start with foundational compromises, which were made between delegates at the Constitutional Convention to win enough support for ratification. These compromises solved major disagreements between large and small states, northern and southern states, and those for or against a strong central government. There are 5 major foundational compromises we'll look at. First, we'll look at the Great Compromise, which resolved the issue of representation. Then, we'll cover the Electoral College, which created a system for choosing the president. After that, we'll look at the 3/5 Compromise, which dealt with counting enslaved people. Then we'll examine the decision to delay a ban on the slave trade. Finally, we'll look at the agreement to add a Bill of Rights, which helped gain support from anti-federalists. The Great Compromise solved a major argument between large and small states. Large states wanted representation in national Congress based on population. This meant that a state with a larger population would get more votes than a state with a smaller population. Small states argued every state should have the same amount of votes, no matter what their population was, so every state would have the same power. The compromise created a dual or bicameral system of congressional representation, meaning it contains 2 parts. These 2 parts are the House of Representatives, where larger states would have more votes than smaller states, and the Senate, where every state has 2 votes. This plan balanced the interests of both large and small states. The Electoral College was another compromise about how to choose the president. Some delegates thought the lawmakers in Congress should vote to pick the president. Others believed that all citizens should vote for the president directly. The compromise was that each state would have a certain number of people who choose a president, called electors. These electors would vote for the president. Each state gets as many electors as they have congresspeople. For example, California might have 52 members of the House of Representatives, chosen by population size, plus 2 senators, so they would get 54 electors. North Dakota might have 1 member of the House of Representatives, but also 2 senators, so they would get 3 electors. So, for example, California might have 54 electors who can cast a vote for president, and North Dakota might have 3. So, when a citizen goes to vote for president, they're not actually voting directly for president. They're voting to tell their state electors who they should vote for, and then the electors will go ahead and vote for president on their state's behalf. This is a roundabout way to select a president, but it's all about making a compromise that everyone was happy with when the Constitution was written. Next, we have the 3/5 compromise. This dealt with how enslaved people would be counted for both representation and taxes. Southern states wanted to count enslaved people fully when deciding how many representatives they would get in the federal Congress, because that would give them more political power. But they did not want to count enslaved people when figuring out taxes, because that would mean paying more money to the federal government. Northern states argued that the South could not have it both ways. The compromise was that 3 out of every 5 enslaved people would count toward both population and taxes. The slave trade compromise was another deal about slavery. Some delegates wanted to ban the importation of enslaved people right away, but Southern states wanted to continue the slave trade because their farms and economies depended on slave labor. The compromise allowed the slave trade to continue until 1808, meaning the national government could not stop it before then. This gave the South 20 more years to keep importing enslaved people. The final major compromise was the promise to add a Bill of Rights to the Constitution. The anti-federalists were worried that the new national government would have too much power and might take away people's freedoms. The Federalists, who supported the Constitution, agreed to add a list of basic rights to protect individual liberty. The Bill of Rights is the first 10 amendments to the Constitution. It includes core freedoms such as freedom of speech, religion, and the right to a fair trial. We'll talk a lot more about this in Unit 3, but for this lesson, you need to know that promising to add this Bill of Rights into the Constitution helped win over enough states to approve the Constitution. Okay, let's move on to the amendment process. An amendment is an official change or addition to the Constitution. The Founding Fathers included a way to make changes because they knew the Constitution might need to adapt over time. This showed that the document was flexible, not fixed forever. The amendment process is described in Article 5 of the Constitution. It allows 2 ways to propose an amendment. One way is for 2/3 of both houses of Congress to agree on the change. The other way is for 2/3 of the states to call a special convention to propose it. After an amendment is proposed, it must be approved by 3/4 of the states to become part of the Constitution. This process is difficult on purpose. It ensures that only changes with broad support are added. Finally, let's look at unresolved issues and ongoing debates. These are issues that tie back to the same core questions from the ratification period. How much power should the national government have? And how should individual rights be protected? One example is government surveillance. After the 9/11 attacks, the federal government increased its ability to monitor citizens to protect national security. Some people who don't trust big government have argued that this violates privacy rights, while others say federal government surveillance is necessary for safety. This debate echoes earlier concerns about limiting government power. Another ongoing debate is the federal government's role in public education. The Constitution never directly mentions education, so the power to control schools is usually left to the states. However, some people argue that the national government should play a stronger role to make sure all students, no matter where they live, have equal access to quality education. For example, in 1954, the Supreme Court case Brown v. Board of Education forced states to end racial segregation in schools. That decision showed how the federal government can step in when it believes states failed to protect students' constitutional rights. We'll dig deeper into how these ongoing federalism debates and unresolved issues from the Constitution are dealt with in Lesson 1.7 during our discussion about reserved powers. Okay, that brings us to the end of this section on ratification of the U.S. Constitution. On the screen now are all the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response practice questions, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 1.6. In this lesson, we will explore the principles of American government, which describe how power is divided and balanced across the branches of the U.S. government to protect freedom and accountability. First, we will look at separation of powers, which explains how different jobs are given to each branch of government to keep them from becoming too powerful. Then we'll move on to checks and balances, which shows how each branch can limit the power of the others. Finally, we'll explore purpose and impact, which helps us understand why these systems exist. Let's start with separation of powers, which helps us understand how each branch of government has its own unique role, so no single group controls everything. Separation of powers means that the Constitution gives specific jobs to each of the three branches. The legislative branch, or Congress, writes the laws. The executive branch, led by the president, enforces the laws. And the judicial branch, or the courts, interprets the laws and decides if they are constitutional. First, we will look at legislative power, which is held by Congress. Congress has the power to pass laws, approve budgets, declare war, and oversee the executive branch. Then comes executive power, which is held by the president and the executive branch. The president enforces laws, manages the military, makes foreign policy decisions, and can veto bills passed by Congress. By the way, as a reminder, the term veto refers to when the president decides to reject a bill that Congress has passed by refusing to sign it into law. For example, in 2015, the Congress passed a bill that would have approved an oil pipeline from Canada down to the United States, but President Obama vetoed it because he believed it was bad for the environment. Next is judicial power, which is held by the federal court system. Judges and justices interpret laws and review cases to make sure laws follow the Constitution. This allows them to strike down laws or actions that violate constitutional rights. One famous example that we touched on earlier in this unit was Brown versus Board of Education, where the Supreme Court declared that laws in several states that required racial segregation in schools were unconstitutional. Okay, let's move on to checks and balances. Checks and balances is the idea that each branch has the power to stop or influence the actions of the other branches. This prevents one branch from acting alone or gaining too much power. First, we'll look at how each branch checks others, then we'll look at the process of impeachment and removal. Let's start with how branches check one another. Here are some examples. As noted a few moments ago, the president can veto bills passed by 50% of the Congress. The president can also nominate federal judges. This is a check on the Congress. But Congress can also override a presidential veto if they can get 2/3 of the Congress people to vote for it. The Senate, which is one of the branches of Congress, must also approve or reject the judges that the president has nominated, which acts as a check on the president's power to select judges. Meanwhile, the courts can declare that laws passed by Congress or executive actions made by the president are unconstitutional, as outlined in the Brown versus Board of Education example earlier in this lesson. All these powers to check other branches of government are meant to slow things down so decisions aren't rushed and power isn't abused. Now let's explore the role of impeachment and removal. If someone in government abuses power or breaks the law, the House of Representatives can impeach them. That means officially charging them with misconduct. If that happens, the Senate holds a trial and can vote to remove the person from office if they're found guilty. This is a powerful way to keep officials in check. One example from history is President Andrew Johnson, who was impeached in 1868 because he illegally fired the Secretary of War without Senate approval. The House of Representatives successfully impeached him, but the Senate didn't end up having the 2/3 vote necessary to remove him from office. Now let's turn to purpose and impact, which helps explain why the framers of the Constitution built the system this way. The AP US Government and Politics curriculum requires you know 2 key reasons for separation of powers and checks and balances. These are preventing tyranny and encouraging public influence. First, we'll talk about preventing tyranny. Federalist number 51 explains that dividing power makes it harder for any one group or person to take over or dominate the government. The goal was to protect liberty by making sure government worked slowly and thoughtfully with many voices involved. Next is encouraging public influence. Because powers are divided and balanced, many different people and institutions like interest groups, voters, and state governments have ways to influence what the federal government does. For example, a voter can contact people in the executive branch, their local representative in the House, and their state senator on the same issue so they can try to influence many different people in government, not just one all-powerful leader. These are called access points. That's why, even though it can seem like government is slow or complicated, that's actually part of the design to allow more input and prevent abuse. Okay, that brings us to the end of Principles of American Government. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 1.7. In this lesson, we will explore how power is divided and shared between federal and state governments. First, we will look at federalism, which explains how government authority is structured across federal and state governments. Then we'll examine the different types of powers governments yield. And finally, we'll explore how the national government influences state actions through funding and mandates. Let's start with federalism. Federalism is the system of government in which power is divided between the national and state governments. Note that this isn't the same as the Federalists, who were people in support of a strong federal government. Rather, federalism is the broader system of government where the federal and state governments divide power. So, in federalism, there isn't just one central government. Instead, there are state governments and a federal government working together, and sometimes in tension. For example, after Hurricane Katrina, both the federal and state governments had to respond, highlighting the importance of cooperation between the levels of government. This may also lead to conflict, such as when a state governor gets frustrated that the federal government doesn't release funds to the state quickly enough during a disaster. One way the Constitution prevents too much conflict is by distributing different types of powers to different levels of government. There are three main types of power distributed to state and national governments: exclusive powers, reserved powers, and concurrent powers. Let's start with exclusive powers. These are the powers that only the national government has. Exclusive powers are divided into two subtypes: enumerated powers and implied powers. Enumerated powers are powers clearly written in the Constitution. Examples include the power to make money and the power to declare war. The Constitution clearly states that these powers are specifically for the federal government alone. There are also implied powers. These are not directly written in the Constitution, but it makes sense for them to be powers exclusively for the federal Congress. There is a section in the Constitution called the Necessary and Proper Clause, which says the federal Congress can make any laws that are necessary and proper to carry out its enumerated powers. For example, the Constitution explicitly says federal Congress can make money and collect taxes. So it is implied that the federal Congress should also have the power to create a bank, because this is necessary if the Congress wants to make money and collect taxes. So, in this situation, making money is an enumerated power while creating a national government bank is an implied power. Next are reserved powers, which are powers kept by the states. A provision written into the 10th Amendment of the Constitution states that any powers that are not listed in the Constitution for the national government automatically go to the states. Examples of reserved powers include issuing driver's licenses and running local schools. Now let's look at concurrent powers. These are powers shared by both the national and state governments. For example, both levels of government can collect taxes and build roads. Even when the national government doesn't have direct power over state governments, they have found ways to influence the states, often by giving or withholding money. 4 ways that national governments influence states that you need to know about for this AP course are revenue sharing, block grants, categorical grants, and federal mandates. First, revenue sharing was a system where the national government gave money to the states with almost no rules on how to use it. It gave states the most freedom, but is used the least today. Next, block grants are funds from the national government that come with only a few restrictions, such as the restriction that the money must be used for education or public health. States prefer these because they can decide how to use the money in a way that best serves their local communities. Categorical grants are the most common and come with many rules about how the money must be spent. The National Minimum Drinking Age Act of 1984 is an example. The federal government used highway funding as leverage, telling states they had to raise the drinking age to 21 or risk losing funds to build highways. The national government prefers categorical grants because they keep control over how the money is used. Finally, federal mandates are requirements that the national government puts on states. Sometimes these come with money to help meet the requirement, but sometimes they don't. An example is the Americans with Disabilities Act, which required states to make public spaces accessible but didn't always provide funding. Okay, that brings us to the end of relationship between the states and national government. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and FRQ Mastery Playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 1.8. In the previous lesson, we explored how the Constitution distributes power between the state and federal governments. However, oftentimes the Constitution isn't perfectly clear, so judges have to make an interpretation. Sometimes courts give more power to the national government, and sometimes they give more power to the states. In this lesson, the key idea you need to remember is this. The balance of power between national and state governments has changed over time based on interpretations of the Supreme Court of the United States. The AP curriculum requires that you know about 4 sections of the Constitution that have been interpreted differently by the courts at different times. These are the 14th Amendment clauses, the Commerce Clause, the Necessary and Proper Clause, and the Supremacy Clause. Let's start with the 14th Amendment clauses. The 14th Amendment has 2 important parts: the Due Process Clause and the Equal Protection Clause. The Due Process Clause says that government must follow fair legal steps, such as through a court trial, before taking away someone's life, liberty, or property. Early on, the court ruled that due process only applied to the federal government. However, starting in the 1960s, the court used this clause to say states also need to ensure due process. This shift gave the national government much more power to force states to protect individual rights. Now let's look at the Equal Protection Clause. This clause says that states must treat all people equally under the law. In Plessy v. Ferguson, the court interpreted this narrowly, ruling that separate but equal was constitutional and giving states broad power to segregate students based on race. But in Brown v. Board of Education, the court reversed course, interpreting the clause broadly to strike down racial segregation in schools and expanding federal power to challenge discriminatory state laws. Okay, let's move on to the Commerce Clause. The Commerce Clause gives Congress the power to regulate trade between the states. During the 1930s and 1940s, the court interpreted this broadly, ruling that even a farmer growing wheat for his own use could be regulated because it affected interstate commerce, dramatically expanding federal power. However, in the 1990s, the court pulled back, ruling that some local economic activities were too local for Congress to regulate under the Commerce Clause. Okay, now let's move on to the Necessary and Proper Clause. The Necessary and Proper Clause says that Congress can make any laws that are needed to carry out its enumerated powers. In McCulloch v. Maryland, this clause was interpreted broadly, saying necessary means convenient or useful, not absolutely required. This allowed Congress to create a national bank and expanded the federal government's power to force states to follow federal rules. However, in more recent cases, the court interpreted the clause more narrowly, limiting federal power by ruling that Congress couldn't force state officials to enforce federal regulations. Now let's turn to the Supremacy Clause. The Supremacy Clause says the United States Constitution and federal laws are the highest laws in the country. If a state law and a federal law conflict, the federal law wins. But at the same time, some federal laws are written that infringe on states' reserved powers. Different Supreme Courts, made up of different justices and time periods, can see that balance differently. Some courts believe the federal government should have broad power to create national rules. Other courts uphold the rights of states to exercise reserved powers. These shifting views lead to different rulings about when a federal law truly overrides a state law. Okay, that brings us to the end of this lesson on constitutional interpretations of federalism. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. For this lesson's free response mastery playbook activity, you'll get a chance to look at a Supreme Court comparison question that deals with issues of federalism. This one's hard, but it'll prepare you for what you can expect in the exam. Don't forget you can also watch my Supreme Court cases video on this channel to get an in-depth look at how to master the compulsory Supreme Court free response task. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 1.9. Throughout this unit, we have discussed the rules of federalism that were placed in the Constitution. In this lesson, we'll look at the consequences for real-life policymaking. First, we will look at how federalism has created multiple access points for individuals and groups to influence power. Then, we will look at how the national government sometimes faces limits when trying to implement policies due to the sharing of concurrent powers with state governments. Let's start with the concept of multiple access points. We briefly touched on this earlier in this unit when exploring how the federal government has 3 branches of government. Similarly, because there are multiple levels of government, in particular state and national governments, people have multiple different ways they can interact with lawmakers. For example, at the state level, individuals and groups can try to change policy by working with state legislatures, governors, and courts. For example, if a group wants to reform voting laws, it might lobby state lawmakers, write a letter to the governor, or file a lawsuit in a state court to challenge existing rules. The same is possible at the federal level, which expands people's access points to lawmakers even more. Individuals and groups can speak to members of the federal Congress, meet with federal executive agencies, or even try to influence the president through public campaigns or lobbying efforts. Thirdly, people and groups can employ a dual strategy, meaning they can attempt to influence people or organizations at both state and federal levels at the same time. For example, a national civil rights group might push the federal Congress to pass a law while also supporting legal challenges in individual states. Okay, let's move on to constraints on national power. I'll be brief here because I think we've covered most of this pretty thoroughly already in this unit. But this lesson of the course specifically requires that you know that federalism constrains policymaking when there are concurrent powers, meaning when both state and federal governments can pass laws on the same issue. This causes conflicts because states may disagree with federal laws and pass laws to block their implementation. This usually leads to lengthy legal battles and delays. States may also refuse to enforce federal laws. For example, the federal government might set a national standard for environmental protection, but if a state doesn't prioritize enforcement, the policy's effect is limited on the ground. Essentially, what you need to know here is that state and federal governments can get in the way of each other's policy agendas. And sometimes this is even intentional if the state and federal governments disagree on an issue. Okay, that brings us to the end of this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response questions mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key. This also marks the end of Unit 1. So when you're ready, we'll dive straight into Unit 2. Unit 2 of AP US Government and Politics is titled Interactions Among Branches of Government. In this unit, we'll dive deeper into how the legislative, executive, and judicial branches of the federal government actually work, both independently and together. In the first lesson, titled Congress, the Senate, and the House of Representatives, we will start our study of the 2 chambers of Congress, which are the lawmaking bodies of the United States federal government. You'll recall from Unit 1 that these 2 lawmaking bodies are called the Senate and the House of Representatives, and we vote for representatives to sit in these chambers. These 2 lawmaking bodies are how American republicanism is realized. Remember, republicanism refers to government that reflects the will of the people. First, we will look at the bicameral design of Congress, which refers to the fact there are 2 chambers of Congress rather than just 1. Then we'll move on to how the size of each chamber changes the way debate works within the respective chambers. After that, we'll explore how and for how long people are elected into each chamber. Finally, we'll look at the powers of Congress, which describe what Congress is actually allowed to do under the Constitution. Let's start with bicameral design. Bicameral means 2 chambers. Congress is made up of the Senate and the House of Representatives. The United States has a bicameral design because this was part of a compromise at the Constitutional Convention. Representation in the Senate is based on equal state representation. That means every state, no matter how big or small, gets 2 senators. This gives smaller states the same voice in the Senate as larger ones. Representation in the House is based on population. That means states with more people get more representatives. The idea is to make sure that larger populations get more say in the laws that affect them. By having both types of chambers, bills are only passed if they get widespread approval from both the American people as a whole and the American states. Importantly, a bill must pass both the House and the Senate in order to become the law of the land. Okay, let's move on to membership and debate, which shows how the size of each chamber changes the way debate works. The House of Representatives has 435 members. Because it's so large, debate there is much more formal and structured. There are strict rules about how long someone can talk and who gets to speak. The Senate only has 100 members, so it's more informal. Senators have more freedom to speak for as long as they want, and debate rules are looser. Okay, the next thing we need to know about is congressional terms and elections. This helps explain how Congress changes over time and why the Senate feels more stable than the House. Essentially, senators serve 6-year terms, but only 1/3 of the Senate is elected every 2 years. That means the Senate never changes completely all at once. It creates what's called a continuous body. On the other hand, House members serve 2-year terms. That means the entire House is up for election every 2 years. Because of this, the House changes much more quickly and is often more responsive to current public opinion. Furthermore, because elections happen every 2 years in the House, control over this chamber can swing between Democrat and Republican much more quickly. In the Senate, where members serve 6-year terms, party control changes more slowly. Finally, let's look at the powers of Congress, which help us understand what Congress can actually do under the Constitution. For this AP course, you need to know about 7 powers of Congress: budget and taxation, war and military funding, naturalization rules, commerce regulation, court creation, the necessary and proper clause, and oversight of the executive. Budget and taxation powers let Congress pass a federal budget, raise revenue through taxes, borrow money, and create currency. This is how Congress funds everything the government does. War and military funding means Congress can declare war and provide money for the armed forces. Even though the president is commander-in-chief, only Congress can decide to go to war. Naturalization rules let Congress decide how immigrants can become U.S. citizens. These rules are important because they affect who can fully participate in American society. Commerce regulation means Congress can control trade between states and with foreign countries. This helps keep the economy fair and connected across the country. Court creation gives Congress the power to create federal courts. The Constitution created the Supreme Court, but the rest of the courts are established by Congress. The necessary and proper clause, which we discussed in the previous unit, lets Congress make laws related to its other powers even if those laws aren't specifically written in the Constitution. For example, since the Constitution gives Congress the power to create an army, it can also pass laws about building military bases and training soldiers, even though those details aren't directly mentioned in the Constitution. Oversight of the executive means Congress can monitor how federal agencies and the president carry out laws. If Congress is unhappy with how the president and his or her agencies are performing, Congress can decide to impeach them with a majority vote in the House, and even remove them from office with a 2/3 vote in the Senate. This is one way Congress checks the power of the executive branch. Okay, that brings us to the end of the first lesson in Unit 2. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into Topic 2.2. This lesson is about how a bill becomes a law in Congress. This process can seem complicated, but it actually follows a clear path from an idea to a law that applies to the whole country. Here are the steps we'll go through. First is the birth of the bill. Second is the committee work, which refers to small groups in each chamber who get to work writing and improving the bill. Third is the debate and vote, when all members of Congress get to have their say. And fourth is the conference committee, where both chambers make sure they've agreed on the exact wording of the bill. Once we've covered those 4 steps, we'll also have a look at some unique laws for budgetary bills, which are bills about spending money, and we'll have a look at some sneaky legislative tactics used to ensure bills get passed. Let's dive into step 1, where bills begin. Every law in the United States starts as a bill, not a law. A bill is just a proposal. It's something that a member of Congress wants to turn into law. Bills can start in either chamber of Congress, the House of Representatives, or the Senate. The only exception is revenue bills, which must start in the House because they deal with taxes and money raised by the government. Once a bill is introduced, it doesn't go straight to a vote of all the members of the House or Senate. Instead, it's sent to a committee that focuses on the bill's topic. For example, if the bill is about schools, it will get sent to an education committee. A committee is made up of members of Congress. These members hold hearings where they invite members of the public and experts to give input, debate the details, and make changes to the bill in a process called markup. The majority political party controls who leads each committee. The committee leadership helps decide which bills get serious attention and which ones don't. So, being in the majority party is very powerful. After hearings and markup, the committee votes to either approve or reject the bill. If it's approved, it moves forward to be debated by the full chamber of Congress. Now we're up to step 3, where debating and voting takes place in both the House and Senate. The 2 chambers handle this part differently. In the House of Representatives, debate time is tightly controlled because there are so many members. A group called the House Rules Committee sets the guidelines and rules for debate, while the Speaker of the House, who's the person who sits in the middle and holds the gavel, and is elected by a majority of members of the chamber, leads debate and helps decide what gets discussed. After debate, the House votes on the bill. Sometimes the House will meet as the committee of the whole. This occurs when the bill goes straight to a debate of all the members of the chamber. This is a way to move through bills faster and have a more open discussion. There's also something called a discharge petition, which allows members to bring a bill to the floor even if leadership doesn't want it debated, so long as they can get a majority of sitting House members to support them. This is rare because leadership closely controls and manages the majority party to prevent rogue bills from being passed. Now let's look at how the Senate handles voting on bills. Here, things are a little looser. Bills usually come to the floor through unanimous consent, meaning every senator agrees to start debate. But there are a few ways senators can try to delay the progress of a bill. One method is placing a hold. In this method, any senator can ask to delay debate on a bill. The leader may allow this for a short time, but it doesn't permanently prevent debate. If placing a hold fails, a senator can use a filibuster. This is when they stand up in the Senate and keep talking, sometimes day and night, to delay or block a vote. The only way to stop a filibuster is through cloture, which takes a 3/5 vote of the Senate, meaning it requires 60 votes. Overall, the debate can be delayed by Senate tactics, but it will usually eventually end, and then the Senate votes on its version of the bill. Our fourth step is called conference committee. Often, due to debate and markup in each chamber of Congress, the House and Senate end up passing different versions of the same bill, meaning there might be some differences in wording between the House and Senate versions. To resolve this, a conference committee made up of members from both chambers meets. After the conference committee agrees on a final version, both chambers must pass that identical version before it goes to the president. We'll deal with the president's role later in this unit. Okay, so that's the general process for passing bills into law. But this lesson requires that you know about 2 more things: special budget rules and sneaky legislative tactics. In terms of budget rules, this same process for passing bills generally applies. However, a budget bill must account for 2 main categories of federal spending: mandatory spending and discretionary spending. Mandatory spending is money that must be spent according to law. This includes programs like Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Congress can't easily change these without passing new laws. Discretionary spending is money Congress decides on each year. This includes areas like defense, education, and infrastructure. It's more flexible than mandatory spending, but can be affected by changes in the economy or politics. As more money is locked into mandatory spending, there's less left for discretionary programs, unless Congress raises taxes or allows the deficit to grow. Lastly, let's look at the legislative tactics that can be used to move a bill through Congress. These are pork barrel legislation and log rolling. Pork barrel legislation is when funding for a local project is added into a larger bill. It helps members win support back home by delivering visible benefits to their district or state. It often leads to excessive spending on politicians' pet projects that are not related to a bill and may not necessarily in the national interest, but are passed in order to get the votes required to pass major national bills. Log rolling is when lawmakers trade votes. One member agrees to support another's bill in exchange for support on their own. Both pork barrel legislation and log rolling are controversial because they involve politicians trading the power of their vote to progress their own niche interests rather than voting on each bill based on its own merits. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how a bill becomes law. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 2.3. In this lesson, we will explore how partisanship in Congress, meaning the split between the two main parties, Republican and Democrat, influences how the Congress works. First, we will look at how conflict between Republicans and Democrats often causes Congress to grind to a halt. Then, we'll examine how the party in power often has the ability to redraw congressional districts in a way that benefits them. Next, we'll explore what happens when the presidency and Congress are controlled by different parties. And finally, we'll look at the different ways members of Congress think about their responsibility to the people who elected them. Let's start with how deep party conflict affects what Congress can get done. This includes three important ideas: partisan voting, polarization, and gridlock. Partisan voting happens when most lawmakers in each party vote the same way on a bill or issue. Instead of deciding based on the details of the policy or the needs of their voters, they often vote to match their party's position. This kind of loyalty can help parties stay united, but it also means fewer people are willing to cross party lines to find common ground. Polarization is when the two major political parties grow further apart in their beliefs. This isn't just disagreement. It's a shift where both sides become more extreme and less willing to work together. As a result, the number of moderate voices in Congress shrinks and debates become more heated and less productive. Gridlock happens when the two main political parties disagree so much that Congress can't pass any bills. For example, the minority party in the Senate may filibuster attempts at passing a budget. When members of Congress refuse to compromise, sometimes the government even shuts down, meaning many government offices close and federal workers temporarily stop getting paid. Okay, let's move on to how unfairly drawing district lines undermines democracy. This is a process called gerrymandering. Gerrymandering happens when the people in charge of drawing voting districts shape the boundaries to help one political party or group. Here, politicians look at the voting patterns of neighborhoods and groups neighborhoods in a way that will increase the chances that the dominant political party wins. Two tactics that demonstrate gerrymandering are packing and cracking. Packing happens when mapmakers group as many voters from the opposing party as possible into a small number of districts. By doing this, those voters win in their packed districts, but are more likely to lose everywhere else. For example, if most of one party's voters are crammed into two districts, they might win those two by large margins, but then lose all the other surrounding districts narrowly. Cracking happens when mapmakers split groups of similar voters across many districts, so they can't form a majority anywhere. For example, a city with lots of minority voters could be divided among several districts, making it hard for them to elect someone who speaks for their community. Court challenges have tried to limit the most extreme forms of gerrymandering. In some cases, the Supreme Court has said that redistricting plans may be unconstitutional if they violate the Equal Protection Clause, which guarantees fairness under the law. However, the court has also said that it won't always intervene in these political disputes, leaving many questionable maps in place. Now let's look at what happens when the presidency and Congress are controlled by different parties. This situation is called divided government. Here's a hypothetical example. Voters might choose a Democratic president but elect a Republican Congress. When that happens, each side may try to block the other's agenda. Instead of cooperation, there's often more fighting and fewer major policies passed. Appointment conflicts are also common during divided government. Presidents need the Senate to confirm people they choose for key roles, like cabinet secretaries or federal judges. When the Senate is controlled by the opposite party, they might slow down or block these appointments as a way to weaken the president's influence or delay action. Another effect of divided government is a period of time called the lame duck period. Lame duck periods happen after a new president has been elected, but the old president is still in office. During this time, Congress, especially if it's from the other party, may refuse to work with the outgoing president. They might ignore nominations, reject new policies, or simply wait for the new administration to take over. This creates even more gridlock and frustration. Finally, let's look at the different ways members of Congress think about their responsibility to the people who elected them. There are three common role conceptions: the trustee model, the delegate model, and the politico model. Let's look at each one. The trustee model is based on the idea that representatives were chosen for their knowledge and ability to make good decisions. Lawmakers using this model believe they should vote based on what they think is best, even if it goes against what their voters want in the moment. They see themselves as leaders who are trusted to do the right thing. The delegate model takes the opposite view. Lawmakers who follow this model believe their job is to act as a voice for the people who elected them. That means voting the way their constituents want, even if the lawmaker personally disagrees. This approach treats Congress like a mirror of public opinion. The politico model blends the other two. Lawmakers using this model sometimes vote their conscience and other times follow their constituents' wishes. They may act like trustees on big national issues, but as delegates on local concerns. Okay, that brings us to the end of congressional behavior. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 2.4. In this lesson, we will pivot to an exploration of the president and his or her leadership role in the federal government. First, we will look at the president's key sources of support, which include important offices and people that help get things done. Then we will turn to the different types of powers the president uses, both written in the Constitution and developed over time. Let's start with the support network that helps the president lead effectively. This includes the vice president, the cabinet, and the executive office of the president. First, the vice president is the second highest executive official and steps in if the president can't serve. Depending on the administration, the vice president may take on major responsibilities, like leading task forces or helping with foreign policy. Next, the cabinet is made up of the heads of major federal departments like defense, education, and state. The cabinet's main job is to give advice to the president on big issues in their area of expertise and to run their departments according to the president's goals. Finally, the executive office of the president includes expert teams and advisors who help the president manage national security, the economy, and the federal budget. These staff members are not in charge of departments, but give the president daily briefings, conduct research, and help shape decisions across many policy areas. Okay, let's move on to the powers the president uses to lead the country. These powers come in two forms: formal powers that are written in the Constitution, and informal powers that are not written into law, like persuading Congress to act by making speeches or meeting behind the scenes. We'll look at 5 key types of presidential power: vetoes and pocket vetoes, foreign policy powers, bargaining and persuasion, executive orders, and signing statements. For each type of power, I'll indicate whether it's formal, informal, or both. First, vetoes and pocket vetoes are formal powers that give the president a way to reject bills passed by Congress. A regular veto can be overridden by a 2/3 vote in both the House and Senate. A pocket veto happens when the president doesn't sign a bill, and a congressional session ends before 10 days pass. If Congress is still in session and the president does nothing for 10 days, the bill automatically becomes law without the president's signature. So, a pocket veto is only possible when Congress is within 10 days of adjourning for a summer or winter break. Next are foreign policy powers. The president has formal foreign policy powers like being commander-in-chief of the military and negotiating treaties with other countries. These treaties require Senate approval. The president also has informal powers like making executive agreements which are like treaties but don't need Senate approval. For example, in 2015, President Obama made an executive agreement with other nations through the Paris Climate Agreement to reduce global carbon emissions. Because it was an executive agreement, he did not need the Senate's approval to join it. Now let's look at bargaining and persuasion. These informal powers let the president influence Congress by putting pressure on them. Examples of bargaining and persuasion include negotiating with lawmakers to see if they can make deals to progress policy agendas, and using public speeches to build public support for their agenda. Executive orders are written instructions from the president to the executive branch, such as instructions to the vice president or secretary of education. They let the president direct how federal agencies operate and carry out laws. These orders don't need Congress's approval but must be based on existing legal authority. Lastly, signing statements are short messages the president writes when signing a bill into law. These statements often explain how the president understands the law and how they intend to enforce it. They don't change the law but can influence how it's put into practice. Okay, that brings us to the end of our section on the roles and powers of the president. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into Topic 2.5. In this lesson, we will explore how the powers of the president are checked by other parts of the government, especially Congress and the courts. First, we will look at how the Senate confirms key appointments made by the president. Then, we'll explore how the president's longest-lasting influence often comes from judicial appointments. And finally, we'll look at how policy disagreements between the president and Congress can lead the president to take action through executive orders. Let's start with how the Senate confirms presidential appointments, which is one of the clearest ways Congress can check the president's power. When the president chooses people to fill top government jobs, many of those choices need to be approved by the Senate. This process gives senators a say in whether those individuals are qualified and appropriate for the position. There are four main types of presidential appointments that require Senate confirmation. These include cabinet members, ambassadors, officials in the executive office of the president, and federal judges. Let's take a closer look at each one. First, the president selects cabinet members who lead major departments like the Department of State or Department of Defense. These people help the president make and carry out decisions. Because these roles are so powerful, the Senate has to approve each pick to make sure the person is fit for the job. Next are ambassadors who represent the United States and other countries. These individuals help manage international relationships and speak on behalf of the U.S. government. The Senate confirms ambassadors to ensure the president isn't choosing someone unqualified or politically risky for a sensitive diplomatic job. Another group that sometimes needs Senate approval includes key officials in the executive office of the president, which we discussed in the previous lesson. In the last lesson, I said that most people in the executive office do not need Senate approval. Examples include the chief of staff and press secretary. However, a small few do. These include the director of the Office of Management and Budget and the U.S. Trade Representative. Finally, the Senate must confirm the president's appointments to the federal courts, including Supreme Court justices, Court of Appeals judges, and district court judges. These judges serve for life, so senators take this role seriously. A single judge can shape how laws are interpreted for decades, which makes this one of the most important checks on the president's choices. Okay, let's move on to the long-term influence of judicial appointments, which goes far beyond the president's time in office. While presidents can make many short-term decisions, the people they choose to become federal judges, especially those on the Supreme Court, can stay in power for life. This means that a president might leave office after 4 or 8 years, but their judges can continue shaping American law for 30 years or more. Even though the Senate must confirm these judges, once they're on the bench, they are mostly independent and can't be removed easily. That makes these appointments a powerful and lasting legacy of any presidency. Some nominations also make history, like when Ronald Reagan appointed Sandra Day O'Connor, the first woman on the Supreme Court, or when Lyndon Johnson appointed Thurgood Marshall, the first African-American justice. These decisions helped shape the court's legacy and symbolized broader shifts in American society. Now let's finish with how policy disagreements between the president and Congress can lead to a different kind of action. When the president's priorities don't match what Congress wants to do, especially if Congress is controlled by the other party, it can be hard to get laws passed. In these cases, the president might turn to executive orders or give instructions to federal agencies to carry out parts of their agenda without waiting for Congress. This sidesteps Congress but is less powerful because the president still has to act within the law and cannot do anything they want. Nevertheless, presidents have often given executive orders and directives that some legal scholars may consider going beyond their powers. For example, multiple presidents have invoked their role as commander-in-chief to conduct military actions in Vietnam, Iraq, Kosovo, Libya, and Syria without requesting congressional declarations of war. The line between a military action and a war is subjective, meaning the president may choose to test the limits of their unilateral powers. This is a good place to end the current lesson because the next lesson dives deeper into debates about the limits of presidential power. As usual, if you're following along with the study guide and free response mastery playbook, check your answers for this lesson using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 2.6. In this lesson, we will explore the growth of presidential power over time and how Americans have responded to it. First, we will look at why the framers believed a strong executive was necessary by examining Federalist Number 70. Then we'll look at how the 22nd Amendment tried to limit presidential power. And finally, we'll explore views on presidential power, which include both a belief in limiting presidential power and a belief in expanding it under certain conditions. Let's start with Federalist Number 70, which helps us understand why the Constitution created a single president instead of a group of leaders. This essay, written by Alexander Hamilton, argued that a strong executive branch led by one person was crucial to protect the nation, keep the government running smoothly, and defend people's rights. Hamilton believed that one president could act more quickly and decisively than a group, which would make the government more effective in times of crisis or conflict. Okay, let's move on to the 22nd Amendment, which shows that not everyone was comfortable with the idea of unlimited presidential power. This amendment was passed after Franklin D. Roosevelt was elected 4 times, which worried some Americans. They feared that staying in power too long could lead to abuse. The amendment limited future presidents to 2 terms in office. This change reflected a growing concern that, while a strong president is important, there must also be limits to prevent too much power from gathering in one person's hands. Now let's take a look at views on presidential power, which are still debated today. These views fall into 2 broad categories: the limited power view and the expansive power view. Let's walk through both now. The limited power view is the belief that the president should only use powers that are clearly stated in the Constitution or directly given by Congress. People who hold this view worry that if presidents take too much power, it could threaten democracy and upset the balance between branches of government. They usually criticize actions like using executive orders to make big policy changes or taking military actions without congressional approval. The expansive power view is the belief that the president should have flexibility to act quickly, especially in times of crisis or national emergency. Supporters of this view say that modern presidents face problems the framers couldn't have imagined, like cyber threats or global pandemics, and need more tools to respond. They argue that strong leadership often requires acting without waiting for Congress, and that being bold doesn't always mean overstepping limits. It can mean getting things done when time is short. Okay, that brings us to the end of our section on the expansion of presidential power. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 2.7. In this lesson, we will explore how presidents use communication tools to shape public opinion and influence the national agenda. First, we will look at how modern technology has changed the way presidents communicate with the public. Then we will examine how media platforms like the State of the Union and the Bully Pulpit are used to set the agenda and highlight key policy issues. Let's start with how modern technology has changed presidential communication. This has made it easier for presidents to bypass traditional news filters and speak directly to voters. To understand this better, we'll break it into 2 parts. social media, and rapid response. First, let's talk about social media. Social media platforms like Twitter and Instagram have allowed presidents to communicate directly with millions of people in seconds. These platforms make it easier to share short, powerful messages without needing approval from news outlets. While this direct contact helps the president connect with supporters, it can also lead to controversy if the message is rushed or poorly worded. Now let's look at rapid response. Thanks to technology, presidents no longer have to wait for a press conference or newspaper article to react to breaking news. They can respond almost immediately through social media, official statements, or live video. This allows them to shape the conversation quickly and stay in control of the narrative. However, this speed can also lead to mistakes if the response is made before all the facts are known. Okay, let's move on to how presidents use media platforms to set the agenda and influence what the public sees as important. We'll focus on two tools they often use: the State of the Union and the bully pulpit. Let's start with the State of the Union. This is a yearly speech that the president gives to Congress and the American people, broadcast live on national television. It's a formal opportunity for the president to talk about what the government has done and what still needs to be done. Because so many people watch it, the president can use this moment to push certain policies, praise achievements, or challenge opponents. What the president talks about in the State of the Union often becomes a key part of the national debate. Now let's look at the bully pulpit. The phrase bully pulpit means using the power of the presidency to get attention and promote an agenda. It doesn't mean yelling at people. It comes from an old use of the word bully, meaning excellent. The idea is that because the president is always in the spotlight, they have a strong platform to speak from. A classic example is President Ronald Reagan's televised address to the nation on federal tax reduction in 1981. By speaking directly to Americans in their living rooms, Reagan used television to make a strong case for his economic policies. This moment showed how modern media could be used as a powerful tool to build public support and move a national policy agenda forward. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how presidents communicate with the public and use media to set the national agenda. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 2.8. So far in this unit, we've explored the Congressional Branch and the Executive Branch. Now we'll move on to the third branch of the federal government, known as the Judicial Branch. This branch includes the courts and its judges. In this first lesson on the Judicial Branch, we will explore how the Constitution and early political writings built the foundation for judicial power and independence in the United States. First, we will look at how Article 3 of the Constitution outlines the structure and power of the Judicial Branch. Then we'll explore how Federalist Number 78 argues that judicial independence helps check the power of the other branches. Let's start with Article 3. This article establishes a national court system, led by the Supreme Court. It sets the basic rules for how the courts work and why they matter. Before Article 3, there was no national court system at all. So Article 3 was important because it created a new branch of government focused just on interpreting laws. To understand Article 3 fully, we'll look at three parts: the role of Article 3, the powers it gives the courts, and how it helps keep the judiciary independent. Firstly, Article 3 says that the United States has one Supreme Court, and Congress can create other lower courts if needed. The Constitution doesn't say how many judges there should be or how the courts should run. That's up to Congress. But it makes clear that courts have the power to settle legal disagreements. Secondly, Article 3 gives federal courts the power to interpret the wording of the Constitution, laws made by Congress, and disagreements between states. It is the role of the courts to say whether actions are legal or illegal. Thirdly, Article 3 also helps protect the courts from political pressure by saying that judges serve for life unless they break the law. It also says that their pay can't be lowered while they are in office. These two protections are there to make sure judges can make decisions based on the law, not based on what Congress or the president might want. Okay, let's move on to Federalist Number 78, which explains why judicial independence is essential. This document was written by Alexander Hamilton. We'll break down the three key ideas from this essay: the importance of independence, the power of judicial review, and the limits on judicial power. First, let's talk about the importance of independence. Hamilton argued that the courts must be separate from the other branches to make fair and unbiased decisions. Judges need to be able to follow the Constitution, even if it means going against what Congress or the President wants. Next is the power of judicial review. This is the idea that courts can strike down laws that go against the Constitution. Hamilton explained that the Constitution is a higher law, and it's the court's job to make sure all other laws follow it. Finally, let's look at the limits on judicial power. Hamilton knew that some people were afraid the courts would become too powerful. He reassured them by saying that the judicial branch is the least dangerous of the three. Courts don't control money, don't control armies, and can't write laws. Their only power is to interpret laws that already exist. Okay, that brings us to the end of this first lesson on the judicial branch. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 2.9. In this lesson, we will explore how the judicial branch makes decisions and how those decisions can change over time. First, we'll look at the concept of stare decisis. Then we'll look at how the changing makeup of the Supreme Court can shift its decisions and even overturn past rulings. First, let's look at the meaning of stare decisis. Stare decisis is a Latin phrase that means, let the decision stand. It is the legal principle that courts should follow earlier rulings, called precedents, when deciding cases that are similar. A precedent is a past decision made by a court that acts as a guide for future cases. This idea keeps the law consistent and helps people know what to expect from the justice system. Judges don't always have to follow precedent, but they usually do unless there's a very strong reason to change direction, like a past decision being outdated or clearly unfair. Okay, let's move on to how changes in the Supreme Court can affect its decisions. This part of the lesson has three key parts: how justices are appointed, the impact of new appointments, and how these appointments can lead to overturned precedents. First, let's look at how justices are appointed. Supreme Court justices are nominated by the President and must be confirmed or rejected by the Senate. Presidents often nominate justices whose judgments tend to agree with their political and legal beliefs. If the President and Senate are controlled by the same party, it's more likely that the President will manage to appoint a Supreme Court justice whose legal judgments tend to side with their political views. Once the Supreme Court justice is confirmed, they serve for life unless they retire, resign, or are removed through impeachment and trial in Congress. Only one justice in history has been impeached. His name was Justice Samuel Chase, and his 1804 impeachment by the House failed to remove him from the court because the Senate trial acquitted him. He continued to serve on the court until his death in 1811. This shows how hard it is to remove a Supreme Court justice once they have been approved. Next, let's look at the impact of new appointments. Every justice brings their own way of thinking about the Constitution and the role of government. Over time, as older justices leave and new ones are appointed, the overall beliefs of the court can shift. A court that was once more liberal might become more conservative, or the other way around. This shift affects how the court rules on major issues like civil rights, gun laws, or abortion. When the makeup of the court changes, the new majority may ignore stare decisis because they see some past decisions as being wrongly adjudicated. A famous recent example was the case of Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization in 2022. A string of conservative appointments to the Supreme Court by President Trump created a situation where there was a majority of justices willing to overturn the 1973 Roe v. Wade decision on legal abortion. This ended federal protection for the practice of abortion and returned the issue to the states. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how the judicial branch uses precedent and how its decisions can shift with changes in the court. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 2.10. This lesson goes deeper on an issue we've already touched on previously: judicial independence. This means that the Supreme Court operates independently of the other branches of government. It doesn't have to do what the President or Congress demand of it. In this lesson, we'll explore how it keeps its independence, and then start our discussion on debates over the court having too much power. Let's start with how judicial independence is achieved. The main mechanism for achieving independence is life tenure. As we've seen in the previous lesson, this means that justices don't have to run for re-election and are not pushed out of office. This rule is written into the Constitution and was designed to keep judges free from the pressure of elections or changing public opinions. If justices had to worry about being re-elected or reappointed, they might change their rulings to stay popular instead of focusing on what the law says. Thanks to judicial independence, the court sometimes makes decisions that go against what much of the public wants or what the other branches of government prefer. For example, in Obergefell versus Hodges, the Supreme Court ruled that same-sex couples have a constitutional right to marry, even though 35 out of 50 states had laws banning same-sex marriage at the time. Next, let's talk about debates about the Supreme Court's power, which often happen after a controversial court decision. When the Supreme Court makes a decision that changes a national law or strikes down something passed by Congress, some people argue that the court is overstepping its authority. These critics believe that 9 unelected justices should not have the final say in major political questions. If the majority of a democratic country wants something to happen, the court shouldn't have the power to stop it. Others argue that the court is doing exactly what it was designed to do: protect the Constitution, even when that means saying no to the other branches of government or the majority of voters. That's where this lesson ends, but the next lesson is going to dive deeper into debates about the power of the judicial branch and how other branches of government have made strides to limit the Supreme Court's power. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 2.11. In this lesson, we will explore how the power of the Supreme Court can be limited or challenged in a democratic system. First, we will look at the ongoing debate over how judicial review should be used by the court. Then we'll examine the formal ways that the other branches, and even the states, can place limits on the court's power. Let's start with the debate over judicial review. Judicial review is the power of the court to strike down laws or government actions that it finds unconstitutional. But not everyone agrees on how often or how boldly the court should use this power. There are 2 main views here: judicial activism and judicial restraint. Let's look at both. We'll begin with judicial activism. Judicial activism is the belief that the courts should not be afraid to use judicial review to strike down laws or executive actions, even if doing so means changing how we've interpreted the Constitution in the past. People who support this view often think the court should take an active role in protecting rights and updating how we understand the law to match the needs of modern society. Now let's turn to judicial restraint. Judicial restraint is the opposite idea. It says the courts should be very careful about intervening in congressional decisions and the law. Judges who follow this view believe that they should stick closely to what past court decisions say and avoid making big changes unless absolutely necessary. The idea is to leave most decisions to the elected branches, Congress and the President, who represent the people directly. So, judicial activists are more willing to overturn judicial precedent and assert the power of the courts, while judicial restraint is all about standing back and making minimal changes or interventions. Okay, let's move on to the formal ways the court's power can actually be limited by other parts of the government. These are important to understand because even though the court is independent, it's not untouchable. There are 5 key formal checks we'll look at: congressional legislation, constitutional amendments, appointments and confirmations, implementation delays, and limits on the court's jurisdiction. First is congressional legislation. The Supreme Court's job is to interpret laws when resolving disputes. It isn't the court's role to write laws. But sometimes the court interprets a law in a way that Congress doesn't like. In response, Congress can make changes to the wording of their laws, so the Supreme Court is compelled to interpret the laws in the way Congress desires. Here's an example. Let's say Congress passes a law. Later, the Supreme Court interprets the law in a way Congress didn't intend or doesn't like. Congress can then turn around and rewrite the law to make it clearer. Now, the Supreme Court is compelled to interpret it in the way Congress intended. In this way, Congress can use its power to write laws in a way that prevents the Supreme Court from making rulings that Congress doesn't like. Of course, Congress can't write laws that conflict with the Constitution, so this check only works for laws within Congress's power, not constitutional laws. If anyone wanted to force the Supreme Court to reinterpret the Constitution, they might need to do something more drastic, like pass constitutional amendments. This would require enough lawmakers and states to agree, and it's a high bar. This is rare, but it has happened before. Here's an example. In the Dred Scott versus Sandford decision of 1857, the Supreme Court ruled that enslaved people were not citizens and had no rights under the Constitution. 9 years later, the 14th Amendment was passed, which overturned Dred Scott by adding new text to the Constitution. Among other provisions, this included citizenship to all persons born or naturalized in the United States, including formerly enslaved people. As a result, the Supreme Court was compelled to recognize the rights of former slaves. A third way to limit the power of the Supreme Court is the appointments and confirmations process. You already know about this from the previous lesson, so I'll be really brief. The President nominates justices to the court, and the Senate confirms them. Over time, these appointments can shift the ideological balance of the court, leading to new approaches to interpreting the Constitution. Fourth is implementation delays. Even if the court makes a ruling, it doesn't control how that ruling is carried out. Sometimes presidents or states drag their feet or refuse to act at all, delaying the effect of the court's decision. This happened after Brown versus Board of Education, which ruled that racial segregation in public schools was unconstitutional. Some states resisted the ruling and were very slow to integrate schools. Fifth and finally is jurisdiction stripping. Congress can pass laws that prevent the court from hearing certain types of cases by removing its jurisdiction. Basically, Congress can't stop the Supreme Court from hearing cases about the Constitution, but it can limit what kinds of other cases the court is allowed to hear. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how the power of the Supreme Court can be checked and limited. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 2.12. In this lesson, we will pivot to an exploration of the federal bureaucracy and its role in government. The federal bureaucracy refers to the many departments and agencies that put into action federal laws and policies, like the Department of Education, the Department of State, and the Department of Agriculture, among many others. The bureaucracy is part of the executive branch of government. The president is at the head, and he appoints high-level executives like the Secretary of Education, Federal Trade Commissioner, and Postmaster General to oversee each organization within the bureaucracy. Underneath this are the organizations themselves, which include departments and agencies, and commissions and government corporations. Departments and agencies are the biggest parts of the bureaucracy. Departments focus on a broad area of government responsibility. Inside those departments are agencies, such as the FBI within the Department of Justice, that carry out more specific tasks and programs. Commissions and corporations are different. Commissions, like the Federal Trade Commission, are independent, meaning the president doesn't directly tell them what to do, and often regulate parts of the economy like business practices. Government corporations, like the United States Postal Service, work more like businesses. They provide services that people use but are owned by the government. Okay, now you know the overall structure of the bureaucracy. We can talk about its powers and how people are hired into these positions. There are 5 major ways the bureaucracy implements policy: writing rules, issuing fines, testifying to Congress, forming iron triangles, and forming issue networks. Let's take a look at each of these one by one. Writing and enforcing rules is one of the most important things bureaucrats do. When Congress passes a law, it usually leaves out the details. Bureaucratic agencies fill in those details by writing rules about how the law will work in real life. Then, they enforce those rules by making sure people and businesses follow them. For example, in 1970, Congress passed a major update to the Clean Air Act to reduce pollution. But the problem was that the law didn't say exactly how much pollution factories could release, so the Environmental Protection Agency had to use the Clean Air Act as a guideline, but write in the specific rules that set the limits. Next is issuing fines. If someone breaks the rules, like a company polluting more than it's allowed to, agencies like the Environmental Protection Agency can fine them. This gives bureaucrats power to hold people and organizations accountable. Testifying to Congress means that bureaucrats may be asked to appear before congressional committees to explain how programs are working, what problems they're facing, or what new policies might help. This keeps them connected to lawmakers and gives Congress a way to keep an eye on how policies are being implemented. Iron triangles are strong relationships between three groups: a congressional committee, a bureaucratic agency, and an interest group. These three groups work together to support and shape policy in a specific area, like agriculture or healthcare. Bureaucracies form these groups to try to get better results for the sector they regulate. For example, in the 1950s, the Department of Agriculture, Congress's agriculture committees, and farmers' groups like the American Farm Bureau worked together to pass farm bills that gave subsidies to farmers. Issue networks are looser than iron triangles, but for bureaucracies, they have the same purpose. Issue networks are temporary coalitions of people, like experts, interest groups, journalists, and agency officials, who come together around a specific issue. They form to achieve policy improvements, and once the issue fades, the network usually dissolves. Okay, let's move on to how people are hired into the bureaucracy, which helps explain why some bureaucrats are highly professional and others may be politically connected. There are two main ways to get a job in the bureaucracy: through the merit system or through political patronage. Let's take a closer look at each. A merit system is a system where people are hired because of their qualifications, skills, and experience. They have to pass exams or meet certain criteria to get the job. This helps ensure that bureaucrats are professional, specialized, and politically neutral. Political patronage is when someone gets a bureaucratic job because of their political connections or loyalty, rather than their experience or ability. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how the federal bureaucracy carries out the work of government. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into Topic 2.13. In this lesson, we will explore how federal agencies make decisions and set rules in the United States government. First, we will look at how the bureaucracy uses discretion to carry out policies. Then we will examine how these agencies create specific rules through their rule-making authority. And finally, we'll explore examples of real federal agencies that use these powers every day. Let's start with how the bureaucracy uses discretion to carry out laws. Bureaucratic discretion means that federal agencies have the ability to make choices about how they carry out laws passed by Congress. This idea was already covered in the previous lesson, so I'll be brief while making sure I stick to the AP course curriculum for each lesson. Congress often writes laws in broad terms, so agencies must figure out the details. For example, if Congress passes a law saying that air should be kept clean, it doesn't say exactly what clean means or how to enforce it. An agency like the Environmental Protection Agency then gets to decide the specific steps needed to follow that law. Okay, let's move on to the rulemaking authority of federal agencies. Rulemaking authority means that agencies not only carry out laws, but also write the rules that explain how those laws will be followed. These rules have the force of law, even though they weren't passed by Congress. Agencies go through a rulemaking process that often includes research, expert input, and public comments. Once a rule is finalized, it must be followed just like a law passed by Congress. For example, the Department of Transportation might write rules about how many hours truck drivers can work to keep roads safe. Okay, let's move on to some of the real federal agencies that use discretion and rulemaking to influence public policy. Let's take a look at 7 examples. These are the examples given to us in the course curriculum, so don't be surprised if they turn up in the exam. The Department of Homeland Security focuses on protecting the country from threats like terrorism and natural disasters. It uses discretion to set airport security rules or respond to emergencies. The Department of Transportation manages the country's roads, railways, and air travel. It uses its rulemaking power to create safety standards, like how much rest time truck drivers must have between long trips. The Department of Veterans Affairs supports people who served in the military. It makes rules about benefits, healthcare, and housing programs for veterans, often using discretion to decide who qualifies and how services are delivered. The Department of Education oversees schools and education policy. It might write rules about student loans, school safety, or testing standards, interpreting laws passed by Congress and applying them to real classrooms. The Environmental Protection Agency protects the environment. It uses its authority to set rules about air and water pollution, deciding things like how much carbon dioxide a factory can release into the air. The Federal Elections Commission regulates federal elections. It creates rules about campaign donations and spending, helping to ensure elections are fair and transparent. The Securities and Exchange Commission monitors the stock market and financial institutions. It writes rules that prevent fraud and protect investors. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how the federal bureaucracy uses discretion and rulemaking authority. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 2.14. In this lesson, we will explore how the federal bureaucracy is held accountable by both Congress and the President. First, we will look at how Congress keeps an eye on the bureaucracy to make sure it follows the law. Then we'll examine how the President influences and controls the bureaucracy. Let's start with how Congress keeps the bureaucracy in check, which is known as congressional oversight. This means that Congress watches over federal agencies to make sure they are doing what the law says. Congressional oversight has four major parts: review and supervision, hearings and investigations, the power of the purse, and limiting presidential power. First, let's look at review and supervision. This means that members of Congress and their staff keep track of what agencies are doing day to day. They make sure that the agencies are working the way Congress intended when they pass the laws. This can include reading reports, visiting agencies, and talking with agency leaders. Next, we have hearings and investigations. Congress can hold official meetings called hearings to ask questions and gather information from agency officials. If something seems wrong or unclear, they can start a formal investigation. These tools help Congress get the facts and figure out whether changes need to be made. Another tool Congress has is called the power of the purse. This means that Congress controls how much money agencies receive. If Congress is unhappy with how an agency is doing its job, they can cut its funding or refuse to give it more money. That gives Congress a strong way to influence agency behavior. Finally, congressional oversight also serves to limit the power of the president. When executive agencies carry out policies the president supports, Congress can step in and review those actions. If they think the president is going too far, Congress can pass new laws to restrict the president's ability to direct the bureaucracy. Okay, let's move on to how the president influences the bureaucracy. There are two main factors here: the role of the president's ideology and authority, and the president's role in compliance monitoring. First, presidential ideology and authority shape how agencies work. A president's beliefs and priorities affect which issues get attention. For example, if a president believes strongly in environmental protection, agencies like the Environmental Protection Agency may become more active during their time in office. Okay, let's move on to compliance monitoring, which is one more way the president can hold the bureaucracy accountable. The purpose of monitoring is to make sure agencies are doing what they're supposed to do. This includes checking that federal money is being spent the right way and that laws and regulations are being followed. However, compliance monitoring can also create challenges for policy implementation. Sometimes, the effort to check everything slows down how fast agencies can act. It can also create tension between agencies and oversight bodies if there's disagreement over how things are being done. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how the federal bureaucracy is held accountable. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 2.15. Unit 3 of AP United States Government and Politics is titled Civil Liberties and Civil Rights. In this unit, we'll explore how our rights and freedoms are protected, including how the Bill of Rights and other constitutional amendments protect our rights, and how social movements have led to greater legal protections for both individuals and minority groups. In this first lesson, we will explore how the Bill of Rights protects people's freedoms and limits government power. First, we will look at the purpose of the Bill of Rights and why it was added to the Constitution. Then we'll go through each of the 10 amendments in the Bill of Rights, and then we'll explore the role of the courts in interpreting these rights over time. Let's start with the purpose of the Bill of Rights, which helps us understand why these 10 amendments were created in the first place. After the Constitution was written, many people worried that it gave too much power to the national government and didn't clearly protect individual freedoms. To fix this, the first 10 amendments, known as the Bill of Rights, were added in 1791. These amendments were meant to guarantee personal freedoms, called civil liberties, and limit the government's ability to interfere with the lives of citizens. Now let's go through the 10 amendments in the Bill of Rights. Each one protects specific freedoms or limits what the government can do. The First Amendment protects the rights to free speech, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, the right to assemble peacefully, and the right to petition the government for changes. The Second Amendment protects the right of individuals to keep and bear arms. The Third Amendment states that the government may not force people to quarter soldiers in their homes during peacetime without their consent. The Fourth Amendment protects people from unreasonable searches and seizures by requiring a warrant supported by probable cause. The Fifth Amendment guarantees that no person shall be forced to testify against themselves, be tried twice for the same crime, or be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. The Sixth Amendment ensures the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury, the right to be informed of the charges, to confront witnesses, to obtain witnesses in one's favor, and to have legal counsel. The Seventh Amendment provides the right to a jury trial in civil cases involving disputes over property or money above a certain amount. The Eighth Amendment prohibits excessive bail and fines, as well as cruel and unusual punishment. The Ninth Amendment affirms that the people have rights beyond those specifically listed in the Constitution. The Tenth Amendment states that any powers not given to the federal government by the Constitution are reserved to the states or to the people. You might remember in Unit 1 our discussion of the concepts of enumerated and reserved powers, which explained how some powers belong to the federal government while others belong to the states. The 10th Amendment is the part of the Constitution that clarifies these concepts. Now let's move on to the role of the courts, which helps us see how these rights are protected over time. If someone believes their civil liberties guaranteed under the Bill of Rights are being violated, they can bring their case to the courts. Judges, especially those on the Supreme Court, decide how the Bill of Rights applies in real life. For example, in Tinker versus Des Moines in 1969, the court ruled that students wearing black armbands to protest the Vietnam War were protected by the First Amendment's right to free speech. In Texas versus Johnson in 1989, the court decided that burning the American flag is a form of free expression protected by the Bill of Rights, even if many people find it offensive. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on the Bill of Rights and how it protects civil liberties. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and FRQ Mastery Playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. This free response practice task is a Supreme Court comparison. These ones are tough, so I recommend watching the required Supreme Court cases video on this channel to help learn how to answer this type of exam question. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into Topic 3.2. In this lesson, we will explore how the First Amendment protects religious freedom in the United States. First, we will look at the First Amendment itself and the two parts that deal with religion. Then, we will explore how courts have interpreted these clauses, including examples of important legal decisions. Let's start with the First Amendment, which helps us understand how the Constitution protects religious freedom in two different ways. The First Amendment says that Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. These two parts are known as the Establishment Clause and the Free Exercise Clause. The Establishment Clause means that the government is not allowed to create an official religion or show preference for one religion over another. This clause is about keeping religion and government separate. It helps prevent the government from sponsoring or supporting religious activities, such as leading prayers in public schools or funding religious institutions with taxpayer money. The Free Exercise Clause means that people are allowed to follow and practice their religion freely. This clause protects individuals from government interference in their personal religious beliefs and practices, as long as those practices do not break general laws or harm others. It gives people the right to worship how they want, wear religious clothing, attend services, and express their faith. Okay, let's move on to how courts have interpreted these parts of the First Amendment. We'll look at two key court cases that help us understand how the religious freedom clauses have been applied. Engel versus Vitale and Wisconsin versus Yoder. In Engel versus Vitale, the Supreme Court ruled that public schools cannot lead students in prayer, even if the prayer is voluntary and non-denominational. This decision enforced the Establishment Clause by saying that school-sponsored prayer counts as government promotion of religion. In Wisconsin versus Yoder, the court ruled that Amish families could not be forced to send their children to school past the 8th grade since it interfered with their religious beliefs. This decision protected the Free Exercise Clause by recognizing the importance of religious freedom, even when it went against state education laws. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how the First Amendment protects freedom of religion. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 3.3. In our last lesson, we looked at how the First Amendment protects freedom of religion. Now we're shifting to a different part of the First Amendment, the protection of speech. First, we will look at the different kinds of speech that are protected under the Constitution. Then, we will look at how the government can sometimes place limits on speech when there's a need to protect public safety or order. Let's start with the kinds of speech that are protected under the First Amendment. The Constitution protects many forms of expression, not just spoken or written words. These protections help people share opinions, criticize the government, protest peacefully, and express personal beliefs. There are two major types of protected speech: verbal speech and symbolic speech. Verbal speech refers to words that are spoken or written. This is the most familiar kind of speech protection. It includes public speeches, conversations, social media posts, newspaper articles, songs, and more. The government is not allowed to punish people just because it disagrees with what they say, even if the message is unpopular or critical of those in power. Symbolic speech is nonverbal action that communicates a message. This might include things like wearing an armband to protest a war, burning a flag as a political statement, or kneeling during the national anthem. For example, earlier in this unit, we looked at the case of Tinker versus Des Moines, where the Supreme Court ruled that students wearing black armbands to protest the Vietnam War was a form of protected speech because it clearly communicated a political idea, even though no words were spoken. Okay, let's move on to how the government can sometimes place limits on speech. Even though free speech is strongly protected, there are certain situations where the government is allowed to step in. Courts try to balance individual freedom with the need for public safety, peace, and order. This means that some types of speech can be restricted if they cause serious problems for others or disrupt society. There are 4 main categories of speech that can be limited: time, place, and manner restrictions, obscene and offensive speech, defamation, and speech that creates a clear and present danger. Let's begin with time, place, and manner restrictions. This means that the government can set rules about when, where, and how speech takes place, as long as those rules are fair and don't depend on the speaker's message. For example, a city might not allow a protest to happen at midnight in a residential neighborhood, or it might require a permit for a march downtown. These rules are meant to protect public order, not to silence ideas. Next is obscene and offensive speech. While it's hard to define exactly what counts as obscene, the court has said that speech is not protected if it has no serious value and is highly offensive based on community standards. For example, the government can ban vulgar messages from being shown where children are present. These limits are controversial, but they're based on the idea that some content crosses a line that society has agreed not to allow. The third category is defamation, which means saying things that damage another person's reputation in a false and harmful way. There are 2 types of defamation: libel, which is written, and slander, which is spoken. The First Amendment does not protect people who lie about others in a way that causes serious harm. For example, if someone falsely accuses another person of committing a crime in a news article or on social media, that could be considered defamation, and it could lead to a lawsuit. Finally, there is speech that creates a clear and present danger. This means that if what someone says is likely to cause immediate harm, like inciting violence or encouraging people to break the law, it can be restricted. A famous example is shouting "fire" in a crowded theater when there is no fire, which could cause panic and injuries. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how the First Amendment protects freedom of speech. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response questions mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 3.4. In our last lesson, we looked at freedom of speech and how the government can protect or limit it in different situations. Now we'll turn to another key freedom, freedom of the press. First, we will look at what freedom of the press is and why it's important in a democracy. Then we will explore the idea of prior restraint and how the Supreme Court has interpreted it in major cases. Let's start by defining freedom of the press. Freedom of the press is the right of news organizations to share information and opinions with the public without interference from the government. This includes newspapers, news websites, television news, and more. The founders believed that a free press was essential for holding government officials accountable and keeping people informed about important issues. That's why they included it in the First Amendment. Okay, let's move on to prior restraint and how the courts have handled it. Prior restraint is when the government tries to prevent the press from publishing something before it comes out. For example, a reporter might have found out about an upcoming covert military action and want to report on it. The government might try to prevent the reporter from publishing this information because it could place members of the United States military at risk. The courts have said that prior restraint is very dangerous because it gives the government power to control the flow of information and silence criticism. That's why there's a heavy presumption against it, meaning that the courts almost always assume it is unconstitutional, unless there's an extremely serious reason. There are two major court cases that show how the Supreme Court thinks about prior restraint: Neer versus Minnesota and New York Times versus United States. Let's begin with Neer versus Minnesota. In this case, a state tried to shut down a newspaper that published stories accusing local officials of corruption. The Supreme Court said that the government could not ban future issues of the paper because it was a violation of the First Amendment's right to freedom of the press. The second case is New York Times versus United States, often called the Pentagon Papers case. In this case, the government tried to stop the New York Times and the Washington Post from publishing secret documents about the Vietnam War. The government said that the documents would harm national security, but the Supreme Court ruled that the newspapers had the right to publish the papers. The court explained that the risk to national security was not strong enough to justify prior restraint. New York Times versus United States is a required Supreme Court case, so your knowledge of this case could be tested on the exam. Watch my required Supreme Court cases video on this channel for a deeper dive into this case and all the other required cases. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how the First Amendment protects freedom of the press. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 3.5. In this lesson, we will explore how the Second Amendment protects the right to bear arms and how the Supreme Court has interpreted that right over time. First, we will look at what the Second Amendment says and why it was included in the Constitution. Then we will examine two different interpretations of what the right to bear arms means. Finally, we will explore two major Supreme Court cases that clarified how the Second Amendment applies today. Let's start with the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment says, "A well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed." This means that people have a right to own and use weapons, especially firearms. But the wording of the amendment, especially the part about a well-regulated militia, has caused a lot of disagreement. There are two main ways people interpret the Second Amendment: the individual right view and the collective right view. The individual right view says that every person has a personal right to own guns for things like self-defense, hunting, or sport. This interpretation treats the Second Amendment like the other parts of the Bill of Rights. It protects individuals, not just groups. People who support this view believe that the right to bear arms doesn't depend on being part of a militia. The collective right view says that the Second Amendment only protects gun ownership as part of a state-run military force, like a militia. Supporters of this interpretation believe that the founders were mainly worried about making sure states had the power to defend themselves, not about personal gun rights. Now let's look at how the Supreme Court has ruled on these ideas. There are two major cases that help define what the Second Amendment means. District of Columbia versus Heller and McDonald versus Chicago. In District of Columbia versus Heller, the Supreme Court ruled that the Second Amendment protects an individual's right to own a firearm, even if they are not part of a militia. The case challenged a Washington, D.C. law that banned handguns and required that all other guns be kept unloaded and locked up. The court struck down the law, saying it violated the Constitution. This was the first time the Supreme Court clearly said the Second Amendment gives individuals, not just groups, a right to bear arms. In McDonald versus Chicago, the court took this idea one step further. This case challenged a handgun ban in the city of Chicago. The court ruled that the Second Amendment doesn't just limit the federal government, it also applies to state and local governments. This decision was important because it meant that states could not pass laws that totally ban individuals from owning guns. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how the Second Amendment protects the right to bear arms and how the Supreme Court has interpreted that right. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 3.6. In this lesson, we will explore how certain constitutional amendments are interpreted by the courts to balance individual freedoms with the need for public order and safety. First, we will look at how the Eighth Amendment has been applied to questions of cruel and unusual punishment. Then we'll explore how the Second Amendment raises questions about balancing gun rights and public safety. And finally, we'll examine how the Fourth Amendment is interpreted in modern cases about privacy and surveillance. Let's start with the Eighth Amendment, which states that the government shall not inflict cruel and unusual punishment. But what counts as cruel and unusual is something courts have to decide over time. Two major issues often come up: how the Eighth Amendment is interpreted and how that interpretation affects laws about the death penalty. Over time, the Supreme Court has reinterpreted the term cruel and unusual to be consistent with social values. For example, punishments that were once common, like public whippings, are now viewed as cruel. The key point we need to remember here is that the court's understanding of cruel and unusual changes as society's values change. When it comes to the death penalty, the Supreme Court has ruled that it is not automatically considered cruel and unusual. However, the court has placed limits. For example, the death penalty cannot be given to people with intellectual disabilities. It also cannot be used on people who committed their crimes before turning 18. The court has also ruled that certain methods of execution that cause extreme pain may violate the Eighth Amendment. These decisions show how the court also continues to interpret and refine the meaning of cruel and unusual punishment, specifically in relation to the death penalty. Okay, let's move on to the Second Amendment and how it connects to this debate about safety and rights. As we discussed in the last lesson, the Second Amendment protects an individual's right to own firearms. But for this lesson, we're focusing on what happens when that right runs into concerns about public safety. Lawmakers and courts have to ask, how much can the government regulate guns in order to prevent violence without taking away people's basic rights? The courts have allowed some regulations, like background checks or bans on certain types of weapons, but they've also struck down laws that they believe went too far. This debate is a good example of how hard it is to balance freedom with safety. Now let's turn to the Fourth Amendment and how it relates to privacy in the digital age. The Fourth Amendment says people have the right to be safe from unreasonable searches and seizures. Traditionally, this meant that police needed a warrant to search your home or take your property. But today, new technology has raised new questions about how this right works. We'll explore two big areas where this amendment gets tested today: digital privacy and metadata, and law enforcement surveillance. Let's start with digital privacy and metadata. Metadata is the background information about your digital communications, like who you messaged, when, and for how long. Government agencies have sometimes collected this kind of data in large amounts to track possible threats. They say this helps keep the public safe. But critics argue that even though the actual messages aren't being read, collecting this information still invades people's privacy. In the case Carpenter versus United States, the Supreme Court said the government usually needs a warrant to get location data from your cell phone. That decision shows how courts are updating the Fourth Amendment to protect privacy in the digital world. Now let's look at law enforcement and surveillance. Police today can use tools like drones, security cameras, and even facial recognition to monitor people. Some of this is helpful for preventing crime, but it also creates concerns about whether the government is watching too much, especially without permission. Courts now ask whether someone had a reasonable expectation of privacy in the place being watched. If you're walking in a public park, the court might say you can't expect full privacy. But if the police fly a drone over your backyard to look inside your house without a warrant, that could be seen as going too far. Again, the courts are trying to strike the right balance between keeping people safe and protecting personal freedom. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how the courts interpret amendments to balance individual freedom with public order and safety. On the screen now are all the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response practice questions, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 3.7. In this lesson, we will explore the concept of selective incorporation, a concept that is highly likely to appear in the AP exam. First, we will look at what selective incorporation means. Then we'll examine how it connects to the 14th Amendment. Finally, we'll explore how it has impacted what the states can and cannot do. Let's start with defining and explaining selective incorporation. Selective incorporation is a legal doctrine that allows parts of the Bill of Rights to apply to state governments, not just the federal government. When the Constitution was first written, the Bill of Rights only protected people from actions by the national government. That meant state governments could sometimes pass laws that violated rights like freedom of speech or the right to a lawyer. Over time, the Supreme Court used the idea of selective incorporation to stop this. It chose certain rights from the Bill of Rights and applied them to the states. The mechanism that the Supreme Court used was the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment was added to the Constitution after the Civil War, and it says that no state shall deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. This part is called the Due Process Clause. Over time, the Supreme Court said that the word liberty in the Due Process Clause refers to many of the rights listed in the Bill of Rights, like freedom of religion, the right to a fair trial, and protection from cruel punishment. This applies to nearly every right, but a small few have not been incorporated, or at least not yet. For example, the right against quartering soldiers in homes, which is in the Third Amendment, has not been formally incorporated by the Supreme Court, meaning states have not yet been forced to comply with this part of the Bill of Rights. So, in summary, the word liberty in the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment enables the court to force states to comply to many parts of the Bill of Rights, even though it originally only applied to the federal government. Now let's look at how selective incorporation has impacted the states. We'll break this down into two parts: limits on state laws and key Supreme Court cases. First are the limits on state laws. Selective incorporation means that state governments can no longer pass laws that violate the rights that have been incorporated. For example, states cannot pass laws that completely ban political protests or deny criminal defendants the right to a lawyer. People can now challenge state and local governments in court if their civil liberties protected in the Bill of Rights are violated. Next, let's look at two key cases that helped establish selective incorporation. We'll look at Gideon versus Wainwright and McDonald versus Chicago. In Gideon versus Wainwright, the court ruled that states must provide a lawyer to people accused of crimes who cannot afford one. This applied the Sixth Amendment right to counsel to the states. In McDonald versus Chicago, the court ruled that the Second Amendment right to bear arms also applies to the states. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on selective incorporation and how the Supreme Court has used the 14th Amendment to protect civil liberties from state interference. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 3.8. In this lesson, we will explore how the Constitution protects people accused of crimes. Those who are accused of crimes are allowed due process, which means the government must follow fair legal procedures before issuing judgment or punishment. First, we'll look at what due process means in the Constitution and how it applies to both the national and state governments. Then we'll explore the rules the government has to follow when accusing someone of a crime. After that, we'll go over the specific protections people have when they're put on trial. Finally, we'll see what happens when law enforcement breaks the rules and collects evidence illegally. Let's start with what due process means and where it comes from. Due process is first established in the Fifth Amendment. The Fifth Amendment says the federal government can't take away someone's life, liberty, or property without going through fair legal steps. Due process is further reinforced by the 14th Amendment. As we saw in the previous lesson, the 14th Amendment extends protection of due process and equal protection to state governments. There is an important exception to these due process rights. If there is a clear and present danger to public safety, law enforcement may be allowed to temporarily restrict people's liberty without due process. Let's use an example we've previously looked at in this course. Freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is a protected right, but if someone says something that could cause serious harm, like shouting a false alarm in a crowded place, the government can step in. In situations like this, courts allow some limits on rights in order to protect the safety and well-being of the public. Okay, now let's look at how the government must act when accusing someone of a crime. We'll cover three ideas here: what procedural due process means, the Miranda rule, and the exception for public safety. First, procedural due process. This means that the government can't act randomly or unfairly when making decisions about someone's legal rights. It includes things like giving people notice if they are being charged of a crime, allowing them to defend themselves in court, and having rules that are clear and consistent across all court cases. Next is the Miranda rule, which comes from the 1966 Supreme Court case called Miranda versus Arizona. In this case, a man accused of a crime was not notified of his right to remain silent and right to have a lawyer prior to signing a confession. The Supreme Court ruled that this was unconstitutional, and that police must tell people about their rights before questioning them while they are in custody. However, there's the public safety exception. If police believe there is an immediate threat to public safety, they are allowed to question someone without reading them their rights first. For example, if they need to ask about the location of a weapon during an emergency, the person's answers can still be used in court. Now let's go over the protections people have when they're put on trial. We'll focus on the right to a lawyer, the right to a speedy and public trial, and the right to an impartial jury. First, the right to legal counsel. The Constitution guarantees that people accused of crimes have the right to a lawyer, even if they can't afford one. Next is the right to a speedy and public trial. This means that the government can't keep someone in jail for a long time without giving them a trial. It also means that the trial must be open to the public, which helps make sure that it's fair and not hidden from view. Finally, the right to an impartial jury. An impartial jury is a group of people who haven't made up their minds before hearing the facts of the case. This helps prevent unfair outcomes and ensures that the decision is based only on the evidence presented in court. Finally, let's talk about the exclusionary rule, which explains what happens when the police break the rules. This rule says that if police collect evidence by violating someone's constitutional rights, like searching without a warrant or failing to inform them that they are allowed to remain silent, that evidence can't be used in court. The rule exists to stop the government from benefiting when it breaks the law. By throwing out illegally obtained evidence, the court sends a message that law enforcement must respect people's rights. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on due process and the rights of the accused. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response practice questions, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into Topic 3.9. In this lesson, we will explore how the Constitution protects individual rights that aren't directly written into it, especially the right to privacy. First, we will look at the idea of unenumerated rights, which are rights that aren't listed word for word in the Constitution. Then, we'll examine the idea of substantive due process and how it helps the Supreme Court decide on unenumerated rights. After that, we'll walk through three major Supreme Court cases that shaped how privacy is viewed under the Constitution. Let's start with unenumerated rights. Basically, we can split rights into two categories, enumerated and unenumerated. Enumerated rights are the ones that are clearly written down in the Constitution. For example, the right to bear arms is clearly written down in the Second Amendment. Unenumerated rights are rights that are not actually written down in the Constitution, but are still considered by the courts to be protected. These are sometimes called implied rights. because it seems like the founders expected these rights to exist based on what they wrote. Next, let's talk about arguments supporting them. Some people argue that certain rights must exist in order for the listed rights to make sense. For example, because the Constitution protects people from unreasonable searches and seizures, many believe this implies a broader right to privacy. So, while the right to privacy isn't exactly written in the Constitution, it seems to be implied by other rights. The Ninth Amendment from the Bill of Rights seems to support this idea. Here's the full wording of this amendment. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. In other words, the Ninth Amendment says that just because a right isn't listed in the Constitution doesn't mean people don't have it. Okay, let's move on to substantive due process. We looked in the last lesson at procedural due process, which was about the importance of the government giving people a fair trial before taking away their rights. Substantive due process goes one step further. It is the idea that the government should not be allowed to take away certain rights because they're too personal for the government to get involved. So, while procedural due process says some rights can be taken away as long as the law is followed, substantive due process says other rights are so personal that governments should not get involved at all unless there's a very compelling reason. Courts use this idea to decide whether a law unfairly limits someone's personal and private choices. The constitutional basis of substantive due process comes from the due process clauses found in the 5th and 14th Amendments of the United States Constitution. These amendments state that the federal and state governments shall not take away life, liberty, or property. The Supreme Court has interpreted these amendments to protect certain fundamental rights, in particular personal privacy, against government interference. For example, courts have ruled that the government cannot pass a law that prevents adults from choosing to get married or start a family, because those are fundamental personal rights protected under the idea of liberty in the 5th and 14th Amendments' due process clauses. Okay, let's move on to privacy and court cases, which shows us how the Supreme Court has defined and redefined the right to privacy over time. We'll look at 3 major cases: Griswold versus Connecticut, Roe versus Wade, and Dobbs versus Jackson. Let's start with Griswold versus Connecticut, which was decided in 1965. In this case, the Supreme Court struck down a law that banned married couples from using birth control. The court said that the Constitution protects a zone of privacy, especially in decisions about marriage and family. This case was the first to clearly say that the right to privacy exists, even though it's not written in the Constitution. Next is Roe versus Wade, which took place in 1973. This case built on Griswold and extended the right to privacy to include a woman's choice to have an abortion. The court said that the decision to end a pregnancy was a private one, protected by substantive due process, meaning that this choice is so fundamentally personal that the government cannot take it away. This made abortion legal across the country, though with some limits. Finally, we have Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, a case that took place in 2022. In this case, the court overturned Roe versus Wade. The majority rejected the use of substantive due process to protect abortion rights, saying that the Constitution does not clearly protect this right. They ruled instead that decisions about abortion laws should be left up to state legislatures. The decision was highly controversial because it broke from the principle of stare decisis, meaning the court chose to overturn its own earlier rulings rather than follow past precedent. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on due process and the right to privacy. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 3.10. In this lesson, we will explore how social movements have used civil rights protections to advocate for their causes. First, we will look at how civil rights protections are written into the law. Then, we'll look at how those protections have empowered major social movements seeking equality and justice. Let's start with civil rights protections. These are the legal ways people are protected from discrimination. These protections come from 2 key places in the Constitution: the Due Process Clause and the Equal Protection Clause. To quickly recap, the Due Process Clause is found in the 5th and 14th Amendments. It protects people from unfair treatment by the government by making sure laws are applied fairly and that basic rights are respected. The Equal Protection Clause is found in the 14th Amendment. It goes a step further by requiring the government to treat all people equally under the law and not create unfair differences between groups. Together, these two amendments say that the government must treat everyone fairly and cannot deny people their rights without a good reason. These rules apply to personal characteristics like race, national origin, and sex. Over time, Congress has also passed important laws like the Civil Rights Act. The Civil Rights Act makes it illegal to discriminate in areas such as employment, housing, and education. For example, it's illegal for an employer to refuse someone a job based on a person's gender, a landlord to refuse housing based on a person's religion, or a school to refuse education based on a person's race. Okay, let's move on to our discussion of social movements. Our key question for this part of the lesson is, how have social movements used legal protections in the Constitution and passed by Congress to achieve change in American society? We'll look at 4 examples: the Civil Rights Movement, the Women's Rights Movement, LGBTQ rights, and reproductive rights advocacy. First, let's look at the Civil Rights Movement. This was a movement in the 1950s and 1960s that pushed to end racial segregation and gain full rights for Black Americans. One major voice in the movement was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., whose Letter from a Birmingham Jail explained why it was important to protest unjust laws. The movement used the Equal Protection Clause to argue that the government could not treat people differently just because of their race. This movement led to new laws that restricted racial discrimination, especially in education and voting rights. Now let's look at the Women's Rights Movement, which used the same equal protection ideas to fight for gender equality. Groups like the National Organization for Women worked to end unfair treatment of women in jobs, education, and family life. They argued that if the law must treat people equally, then it could not allow different rules just because someone was a woman. Now let's look at the LGBTQ rights movement, which also drew on the Equal Protection Clause to argue that people should not face discrimination because of who they love or how they identify. Activists pushed for equal treatment in areas like marriage, employment, and the military. For example, the majority opinion of the Supreme Court in Obergefell versus Hodges, a 2015 Supreme Court case, stated that denying same-sex couples the right to marriage violated the Equal Protection Clause because it treated their relationships as less valid than those of opposite-sex couples. This led to the court-mandated legalization of same-sex marriage. Finally, the reproductive rights debate shows how both sides use the Equal Protection Clause to argue for their views. The pro-choice movement says laws limiting abortion deny women equal rights, which should be protected by the Equal Protection Clause, by restricting women's control over their own bodies and futures. However, the pro-life movement argues that equal protection should begin at conception, giving unborn children the same legal rights as others. Here we can see that both sides claim to defend equality under the law, showing how the clause can motivate opposing movements. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how the Constitution's promise of equal protection supports both individual rights and major social movements. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 3.11. In the previous lesson, we looked at how social movements have put pressure on the government and courts to extend equal protection rights to groups based on race, national origin, and sex. In this lesson, we will explore how the U.S. government has responded to those demands raised by social movements. First, we will look at how the Supreme Court has used its power to rule on important civil rights issues. Then, we'll explore major federal laws that were passed to address discrimination. Let's start with the role of the Supreme Court. The key Supreme Court ruling you need to know for this lesson in the AP course is Brown versus Board of Education, a 1954 case that you might remember from previous lessons. Here, the court ruled that school segregation based on race violated the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause. This meant that public schools could no longer keep Black and white students in separate schools just because of their race. Court decisions like this showed that the Constitution could be used to challenge unfair treatment and force change in public policies. Okay, now let's move on to laws passed by Congress that were created in response to pressure from social movements calling for justice and equality. We'll look at three of the most important: the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Title IX of 1972, and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Let's start with the Civil Rights Act of 1964. I touched on this act in the previous lesson, but in the interest of following the AP course framework, let's dive in and go a bit deeper. The Civil Rights Act strengthened the constitutional principles of due process and equal protection, as well as the First Amendment's protection of religious freedom, by making it illegal to discriminate against people based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. It banned the physical separation of races, known as racial segregation, in public places like restaurants, movie theaters, and buses. It also made it clear that schools and other public facilities have to be racially integrated. Finally, it made it illegal for employers to discriminate in hiring, which helped people of all backgrounds have a fair shot at jobs. Next is Title IX of 1972, which focused on sex discrimination in education. This law said that schools and universities receiving federal money could not treat students differently based on their sex. One big result of Title IX was that schools had to give equal opportunities to boys and girls in sports and other activities. It helped make sure that girls and women had the same access to education and extracurricular programs as boys and men. Finally, we have the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which was passed to stop states from making it harder for Black Americans to vote. In some states, officials had used tactics like literacy tests, poll taxes, which were fees that voters had to pay to cast a ballot, and even threats of violence to stop Black citizens from voting, while allowing most white citizens to vote freely without facing these hurdles. The Voting Rights Act banned these race-based barriers and gave the federal government power to step in and protect voting rights. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how the U.S. government has responded to social movements through court rulings and civil rights laws. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 3.12. In this lesson, we will explore how the U.S. legal system has tried to balance the rights of minority groups with the interests of the majority. First, we will look at moments in history when minority rights were restricted. Then, we'll examine cases where the court stepped in to protect minority groups. And finally, we'll look at how the courts have sometimes sided with majority interests. Let's start with restricting minority rights. For this AP course, you need to be able to cite a landmark 1896 Supreme Court case called Plessy v. Ferguson that restricted minority rights. In this case, the court established the idea of separate but equal. This idea said that African Americans were legally allowed to be segregated from white people in public places like schools, restaurants, and hotels as long as they were provided separate facilities that were equal to those of the white people, although in practice, the African American facilities were often vastly inferior. This approach gave the majority population the power to create whites-only spaces and limited the opportunities and rights of minority groups. The separate but equal approach established in Plessy v. Ferguson was later challenged and reversed. For this AP course, you need to know that Brown v. Board of Education, which we discussed in the previous lesson, effectively ended Plessy v. Ferguson by ending racial segregation in public schools. This decision used the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment to say that everyone deserves the same treatment under the law, no matter their race. Now let's look at a case where majority rights are protected. The example of majority rights protections you need to know for this AP course involves majority-minority districts. These are voting districts drawn to give racial or ethnic minorities a better chance to elect candidates of their choice. However, the court has ruled that race cannot be the predominant reason for drawing district lines, even if it's to support minority groups. In cases like Shaw v. Reno in 1993 and Miller v. Johnson in 1995, the justices struck down districts they believed were created mainly to ensure minority representation, saying this violated the Equal Protection Clause. In these instances, the court has upheld the rights of the majority by emphasizing that all voters should be treated equally and that everyone's vote should carry the same weight. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how the government has tried to balance minority and majority rights. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 3.13. In this lesson, we will explore how the Constitution and the Supreme Court have shaped the rules around affirmative action. First, we will look at what affirmative action actually is and why it was created. Then we'll examine how the Supreme Court has debated whether it fits within the rules of the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause. Let's start with a definition. Affirmative action is when organizations such as colleges take active steps to include groups that have been historically discriminated against and marginalized, such as racial minorities and women. For example, a university might consider race as one factor in admissions to increase diversity, or a company might aim to hire more workers from groups that have been unfairly excluded in the past. Okay, let's move on to how the Supreme Court has handled the issue of affirmative action and the Constitution. We'll break this down into two parts. First, we'll look at whether the Equal Protection Clause supports affirmative action. Then, we'll cover the Supreme Court's rulings. First, the Equal Protection Clause. We've covered this clause extensively in this unit. It's the clause in the 14th Amendment that says the government must give everyone equal protection of the laws. In simple terms, this means that the government has to treat people fairly and equally. The Equal Protection Clause has been central to debates about affirmative action. Supporters argue that affirmative action helps fulfill the clause's promise by promoting fairness and correcting the effects of past discrimination. Opponents of affirmative action claim that giving preference based on race or gender violates the Equal Protection Clause by treating people differently because of their group identity. Now let's look at key court rulings on affirmative action by exploring three key cases related to affirmative action in college admissions: Regents of the University of California versus Baca, Grutter versus Bollinger, and Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard. In Regents of the University of California versus Baca, the court said that strict racial quotas were unconstitutional, but allowed race to be one factor among others in admissions. In Grutter versus Bollinger, the court upheld the University of Michigan Law School's affirmative action policy, saying that considering race as part of a holistic review could help create a diverse student body and was consistent with equal protection. But in Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard, the court ruled that race-conscious admissions programs at Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Equal Protection Clause because they treated applicants differently based on race. This effectively ended the policy of affirmative action in college admissions. These three rulings show how the court's view of fairness and equality in affirmative action has shifted over time with the shifting ideological makeup of the Supreme Court. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on affirmative action. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. This also marks the end of Unit 3. You've now got all the key information you need from this unit, but you'll need to have the ability to apply it in the exam. So here's what you need to do next. Complete the study guide for this unit, which is linked in the description, and grab the free response question mastery playbook to test your ability to apply this information in an exam-like situation. And when you're ready, we'll dive straight into Unit 4. Unit 4 of AP United States Government and Politics is titled American Political Ideologies and Beliefs. In this unit, we'll explore the dominant political ideologies in the United States and how they have informed the policies of America's major parties. To start the unit, this first lesson will explore 4 core attitudes about government and politics that have shaped United States political ideologies. These are individualism, equality of opportunity, free enterprise, and the rule of law. For the AP exam, you'll need to know how each of these 4 core attitudes can affect a person's relationship with fellow citizens and with the government. So, as we go through the core attitudes in the lesson, you'll see these pop-ups explaining the key points required for the exam. Let's start with individualism. This is the belief that each person should be free to make their own choices and pursue their own goals without too much interference from others or the government. If you were to hold this core value, you may focus on taking care of yourself and your own family, and you would respect other people's right to make different choices about how to live their lives. You may also expect the government to stay out of your personal decisions and prefer a small and unobtrusive government. Now let's look at equality of opportunity. This is the principle that all people should have a fair and equal chance to succeed in life, regardless of their background or where they come from. If you were to hold this core value, you may judge people based on their hard work and accomplishments, rather than on things like race, gender, or how much money their family has. You may also expect the government to remove barriers to success by providing quality public education and upholding anti-discrimination laws that help level the playing field. Next is free enterprise. This is the economic system in which private businesses operate in competition with each other with minimal government regulation, allowing supply and demand to determine prices and production. If you were to hold this core value, you may view other people as potential business partners, competitors, or customers, and you would support the idea that economic competition leads to better products and services. You may also expect the government to support pro-business policies, protect property rights, and let the market operate freely. Finally, we have the rule of law. This is the principle that all people and institutions must follow the law. If you were to hold this core value, you may believe that disagreements should be resolved peacefully through the legal system rather than through violence, and you believe that everyone should be held to the same legal standards regardless of their wealth or status. You may also expect the government to follow the Constitution and to allow citizens to challenge government actions in court if they believe their rights have been violated. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how American attitudes about government and politics are shaped by core values. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 4.2. In this lesson, we will explore how people form their political beliefs. First, we will look at the term political socialization. Then, we'll explore how U.S. political culture is shaped. Let's start with political socialization. Fortunately, the AP course framework provides a very clear definition of this term. It is the process by which individuals develop political beliefs, values, opinions, and behaviors. So, in simple terms, you could ask yourself, how did I develop my own political beliefs? Political socialization happens through several key influences. These are family, schools, peers, media, and social environments. Let's take a closer look at each of these. The first influence is family. Children often hear political views at the dinner table or see how their parents vote and express opinions. These early impressions from the most important people in our lives can shape the foundation of someone's beliefs for many years. The next influence is schools. Through history and government classes, such as the one you're studying right now, as well as school activities like debates or mock elections, students begin forming their own political opinions. Now let's look at peers. When young people talk among each other about issues like climate change, human rights, or voting, they may become convinced of the perspectives of their friends, or even feel pressure to agree with their group. These peer discussions help shape political identity. You may also be influenced by the media you consume, such as what you watch on YouTube, TikTok, or traditional television. Many media platforms are partisan, meaning they promote a particular point of view. When you choose to consume conservative, centrist, or liberal media, you may be choosing to consume media that will influence you further in one political direction. Finally, you may also be influenced by your social environment. This can include the groups and communities you're part of, like churches, sports teams, and volunteer groups. These groups can influence what political topics feel important to you. For example, if you're highly involved in your church, you may be particularly interested in protecting freedom of religion. Okay, the second half of the lesson is about how U.S. political culture is shaped. This isn't about you as an individual, but the political culture that unites all of us as a nation. U.S. political culture is influenced by two major elements: the country's democratic ideals and global influence. First, let's look at democratic ideals. Democratic ideals have historically been broadly shared across most of the political spectrum. These include freedom, equality, and the rule of law. We may disagree on the best policies that achieve these ideals, but we generally agree that they should underpin our government. Now let's look at global influence. This includes both American influence on political cultures around the world and the world's influence on American political culture. Firstly, U.S. political culture spreads to other countries through American music, movies, brands, and social media. For example, people around the world might watch U.S. political debates or follow American protests online, learning about values like free expression or civil rights. At the same time, American political attitudes are also influenced by other countries. For example, when Americans see how countries like Canada or the United Kingdom provide universal health care, it can shape opinions on health policy. This two-way exchange of ideas shapes how Americans think about government and politics. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on political socialization and political culture. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 4.3. In this lesson, we will explore how political ideology changes over time and what influences those changes. First, we will look at generational effects, which help explain why people born around the same time often share similar political beliefs. Then we'll look at life cycle effects, which explain how a person's views might shift as they move through different stages of life. Let's start with generational effects. People in the same generation often go through major events like wars, economic crashes, or social movements at the same age. These shared events can strongly shape how that group sees government and politics for the rest of their lives. For example, people who grew up during the Great Depression often had more trust in government programs, while those who came of age during a time of government corruption and scandal might be less trusting of the government. Okay, let's move on to life cycle effects. These are changes in political beliefs that happen as people move through different stages of life. Like when you're at college in your early 20s, when you're raising a family in your 30s and 40s, or retiring in your 60s or 70s. For instance, young adults may be more focused on issues like student debt because that significantly affects their futures. Adults raising children in their 30s and 40s might care more about childcare. People approaching retirement age might be politically activated by the importance of protecting Social Security. To sum up, as people face different challenges at different stages of life, their priorities shift, and that can lead to changes in how they vote or what policies they support. Okay, that brings us to the end of this lesson. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 4.4. In this lesson, we will explore how major political events can shape the way people think about politics. While in the last lesson we looked at how each generation is politically influenced by major events in their era, this lesson looks at how everyone in the whole country could be affected by a major event that influences us all. First, we will look at how political events influence people's beliefs and values over time. Then we'll look at 3 real-world examples that show how this process works in action. Let's start with how events influence beliefs. When a major political event happens, like a national tragedy, a financial collapse, or a major protest, it can leave a lasting impression on people. These major events and experiences can be considered part of everyone's political socialization, meaning they could influence how we as a nation change our political attitudes. For example, a big event might change how someone views the government, political parties, or key issues. Okay, let's move on to some examples of political events that have influenced political ideology in the United States. We'll look at the September 11th attacks, the 2008 financial crisis, and the George Floyd protests. The September 11th terror attacks in 2001 were a major turning point in American politics. It sparked a national drive to improve national security, control immigration, and expand the U.S. military. Some became more supportive of government surveillance and defense spending, while others became more critical of government overreach. The 2008 financial crisis affected millions of people through job loss and home foreclosures. Some people became more supportive of government safety nets and financial reform, while others blamed government interference for making things worse. Now let's look at the George Floyd protests. George Floyd was a black man who died after a police officer knelt on his neck during an arrest. This led to widespread protests. For many young Americans, this was a formative event in their political socialization. It activated passions for civil rights and government accountability. It led to growing support for police reform and racial equity policies. These examples show how major national events can influence large amounts of Americans and shape their political ideologies. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how political events can shape ideology. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 4.5. Okay, in lessons 4.5 and 4.6, we'll be exploring how political scientists measure public opinion and then how they evaluate it. Let's look at how public opinion is measured. For this lesson, we will look at the different types of polls that are used to collect public opinion. Then we will look at how the way a poll is conducted can influence how reliable the results are. Let's start with the different types of polls. There are 4 key types of polls we need to understand: opinion polls, benchmark polls, tracking polls, and exit polls. Opinion polls are used to find out what people think about different topics, like laws, candidates, or political issues. These are the polls you see most often in the news. For example, a poll might ask 1,000 people whether they support or oppose a proposed law about raising the minimum wage. The results give a snapshot of how the public feels at that moment. Benchmark polls are usually done early in a campaign. Their goal is to figure out how well a candidate is known and what people think of them at the beginning. For instance, before launching a campaign, a candidate might run a benchmark poll to see how many people know their name or associate them with certain issues. This helps shape their messaging and strategy going forward. Tracking polls are taken repeatedly over time, sometimes every day during a campaign. These polls follow changes in public opinion, helping campaigns see if their messages are working or if opinions are shifting based on recent events. For example, after a televised debate, a campaign might use tracking polls to see whether more people now support their candidate. Exit polls are taken on election day as voters leave their polling places. These polls try to figure out why people voted the way they did. For example, an exit poll might ask voters what issue mattered most to them, like healthcare, the economy, or immigration, and who they voted for. This helps explain the outcome of the election. Okay, let's move on to how the way a poll is conducted, called its methodology, can affect how reliable and useful the results are. There are 4 key methodological factors that affect the reliability of a poll: sampling, margin of error, question wording, and reporting accuracy. Sampling is all about who gets asked. A good poll selects a random group of people that represents the whole population. For example, if a poll about a national election only surveys people in one city, the results might be biased. The poll really needs to represent all the people who would be voting in the election. Margin of error tells us how much the results might be off by. For example, if a poll shows a candidate has 51% support with a margin of error of plus or minus 3%, their actual support could be anywhere between 48% and 54%. Generally, if you poll a smaller number of people, the margin of error will be higher, meaning the poll is less likely to be correct. Next is the wording of the question. The way a question is asked can influence the answer. A high-quality poll would use neutral language so they don't push people to answer in a certain way. For example, asking, "Do you support protecting children by banning harmful books?" might get more people to say yes than asking, "Do you support book bans in schools?" Here, both questions are about the same topic, but the word harmful may bias the poll. The best questions are clear, specific, and unbiased. Reporting accuracy refers to how the polling company or journalists explain their results. Good reporting tells people not just what the numbers are, but also how the poll was done and what the results actually mean. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on measuring public opinion in politics. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. This lesson's free response question focuses on quantitative data analysis by looking at polling data. Question 2 of the free response section in the exam will require quantitative analysis. So this lesson's FRQ mastery practice is catered for preparing you for that part of the exam. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 4.6. In this lesson, we'll explore how public opinion data shapes what happens in elections and policy debates. First, we'll look at how public opinion can influence what politicians say and do. Then we'll focus on how the quality of that data can change political decisions and public trust. Let's start with the role of public opinion in politics. Public opinion means what most people think or feel about major issues, leaders, and events. When many people agree on an issue, that opinion can push candidates and lawmakers to act. For example, if polls show that a majority of voters want a higher minimum wage, candidates might promise to raise the wage, and lawmakers might introduce bills to address public sentiments on the issue. So, public opinion doesn't just reflect politics, it helps drive it. Now let's look at why the quality of public opinion data matters so much. When polling data is reliable and truthful, it helps everyone make better choices. Accurate polls give politicians a real sense of what matters most to voters, guide campaign strategies, and make sure policy debates are focused on the concerns of the people. But when polling data is unreliable or misleading, it can cause confusion and damage trust. Imagine a poll that uses a small or biased sample and wrongly shows that a candidate is far ahead in an election. When that candidate ends up losing on election day, some supporters may question the results, thinking the system was rigged. This kind of mistake can lead to mistrust in elections and harm people's faith in democracy. Unreliable data can also distort policy debates. For example, if polls wrongly suggest that most voters support stricter immigration laws, lawmakers might spend weeks debating an issue that the public doesn't actually want. Meanwhile, real issues that matter to voters might be ignored. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on evaluating public opinion data. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 4.7. In this lesson, we will explore the political ideologies of America's two major political parties. A political ideology is a set of beliefs about how government should work and what policies it should promote. The United States ideological spectrum ranges from left-wing liberal beliefs favoring social and economic change to right-wing conservative beliefs favoring tradition, stability, and limited government intervention. For this lesson, you need to know where the Democratic and Republican parties sit on this spectrum. Of course, a political party is a coalition of many people whose views may span this spectrum. A party leader may swing the party more toward a moderate or polarized position, depending on the election cycle. So we can only have a general overview of where each party tends to sit. With that said, let's start with the Democrats. The Democratic Party is generally positioned on the liberal side of the political spectrum. Socially, Democrats have historically supported expanding individual rights and freedoms to more people, such as through expanded civil rights for Black Americans in the 1960s and access to reproductive health care. For example, the party's platform has recently emphasized protecting abortion rights and expanding anti-discrimination laws. However, critics argue that Democratic social policies can overreach, making traditionalists and conservatives feel like they're being forced to change their cultural values by the big government. Economically, Democrats have historically favored a stronger economic role for government in reducing inequality and redistributing money to the poor. An example is their support for raising the minimum wage and expanding access to affordable health care through government-subsidized programs like the Affordable Care Act. Critics say these economic policies overtax hardworking business people while giving money to people who haven't earned it. This can harm the economy and make everyone poorer. Now let's look at the Republican Party. The Republicans are generally positioned on the conservative side of the political spectrum. Socially, Republicans have historically supported preserving traditional values, such as by upholding the importance of traditional family structures and protecting religious freedom. For instance, the party's platform has supported restrictions on abortion and opposed teaching controversial topics around gender and sexuality in schools. Critics might argue that conservative social positions can fail to be inclusive of people who are marginalized by society, such as LGBTQ people. Economically, Republicans have historically supported free markets. They tend to favor lower taxes and less regulation to help businesses thrive. An example was the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which lowered corporate tax rates to encourage companies to grow, which could help create jobs. However, critics say this approach can reduce government funds that could be spent on public services to give people greater equality of opportunity. Okay, that brings us to the end of this lesson. On the screen now are the lesson's key terms, which, as usual, I've added to the flashcard set and glossary of terms, which you can grab through the link in the description. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into Topic 4.8. In this lesson, we will explore how public policies in the United States reflect the attitudes and beliefs of the people who take part in politics. The big idea is this: politics is shaped by those who show up. We will begin by looking at how citizen participation shapes government decisions. Then we'll consider how citizen participation affects the balance between liberty and order. Let's start with the importance of citizen participation. Citizens can express their opinions and shape government actions through voting, joining political parties, contacting their representatives, or taking part in protests. However, not everyone participates equally. The people who are most active have a greater influence on the policies that get passed. For example, if more older adults vote than young people, leaders might focus more on protecting Social Security than on lowering college costs. As times change and new issues arise, some groups will become more politically active than others. This will put pressure on policymakers to change direction to meet the demands of the people who are most politically active at any point in time. For example, the Tea Party movement that ran from about 2007 to 2014 involved many Americans who became politically active around overtaxation. Many people from the movement ran for public office and won, and then cast votes in Congress prioritizing tax cuts and smaller government. In sum, the policies made at any one time reflect the voices of those who are speaking up and getting involved. But as participation patterns change, policies can also change. Okay, for the second part of this lesson, we need to look at how shifting participation patterns affect the balance between liberty and order. When people feel that safety and stability are at risk, they often support stronger government action, even if it limits some personal freedoms. For example, in an era where there are strong social movements pushing for civil rights, policymakers may shift their focus toward individual liberties rather than social stability. Debates over gun control often reflect this tension between liberty and order. Some people want stricter laws to keep communities safe, while others argue that such laws interfere with the right to bear arms. In sum, the balance between freedom and order keeps changing, depending on the groups who are making their voices heard in the democratic process at any one time. Okay, that brings us to the end of this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topics 4.9 and 4.10. For the next two lessons, we'll look at economic and social policies that come from various political perspectives. We touched on this a little in topic 4.7, but we'll go deeper here. This lesson will cover economic policies, then the next one will cover social policies. So let's dive into the economic policies now. We'll look at the main economic beliefs of liberals, conservatives, and libertarians. Then we'll break down the two major tools the government uses to influence the economy: fiscal policy and monetary policy, and how different ideologies approach them. Okay, we'll start with the liberal economic perspective. Generally, liberal views support more government regulation of the economy. Liberals believe the government should play an active role in managing the economy to protect workers, limit inequality, and prevent businesses from causing harm to people or the environment. They often support higher taxes on the wealthy, strong labor protections, environmental rules, and programs that help low-income families. The goal is to create a fairer economic system, even if that means more government involvement. Conservative views support less government regulation of the economy because they think businesses are best suited to growing an economy. Conservatives believe that the economy works best when individuals and businesses have the freedom to make their own decisions without too many government rules. They tend to support lower taxes, less government spending, and fewer restrictions on businesses. Conservatives often argue that a free market leads to more jobs, more innovation, and more personal responsibility. Libertarians go one step further than conservatives. They are ideologically opposed to big government, wanting minimal government involvement in the lives of citizens as possible in order to maximize personal freedom. Libertarians believe the government should mostly stay out of the economy, except to protect property rights and ensure that people are free to make voluntary agreements. They usually oppose government spending, taxes, and regulations, and they think the marketplace should be trusted to solve most problems on its own. For libertarians, economic freedom is one of the most important values. Okay, let's move on to fiscal policy and how it is shaped by different beliefs. Fiscal policy refers to the use of government spending and taxation to influence the economy. There are two major schools of thought about fiscal policy: Keynesian economics and supply-side economics. Let's start with Keynesian economics. Keynesians believe that the government should spend more money during hard times to help stimulate the economy. For example, during a major recession, when the economy is slowing down and people are losing jobs, the government may choose to spend billions on building new infrastructure like railway lines. The idea is that this government spending can help restart the economy by increasing the amount of money moving through the economy and providing a source of jobs for citizens. You might have guessed that Keynesian economics tends to be embraced more by liberals. Now let's look at supply-side economics. Supply-siders believe that the best way to grow the economy is to help businesses and wealthy people keep more of their money. Businesses will then use that money to invest and create more jobs. This usually means cutting taxes and reducing regulations. You might have guessed that supply-side economics tends to be embraced more by conservatives and libertarians. Okay, let's move on to monetary policy, which is controlled by the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is the American central bank. It is often colloquially called the Fed. The Fed's job is to keep prices stable and employment strong, so the economy grows at a healthy pace. To achieve this goal, the Fed needs to control excessive inflation, which is a scenario where prices start going up too fast, making life harder for everyone. The key lever the Fed has for controlling inflation is adjusting interest rates. If inflation is too high, the Fed increases interest rates, which puts downward pressure on inflation. If inflation is too low, which is often a sign of a struggling economy, the Fed decreases interest rates, which puts upward pressure on inflation. Remember, the goal is to keep prices stable. We don't want them going up or down too fast. Here's a simple household example, and imagine inflation is too high and grocery prices keep going up every time you go to the store. To address this, the Fed increases interest rates. As a result, your parents' mortgage repayments on your house may go higher, and therefore they will have less disposable income. So they decide not to go out for dinner this month. In this example, the Fed achieved its goal of stopping your parents from spending money, which helped to cool the economy and slow down inflation. When the Fed decreases interest rates, the opposite happens. Your parents' mortgage payments may decrease, giving them more money to spend in the economy, causing the economy to speed up again. Importantly, the Fed operates independently from Congress and the President, meaning it can't be ordered to raise or lower interest rates by politicians. As a result, it can focus on long-term stability instead of short-term political goals. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how ideology shapes economic policymaking. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. I've added them all to the flashcard set and glossary of terms, which you can grab through the link in the description. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 4.10. In this lesson, we will explore how political ideologies shape social policy. As with the previous lesson, we will look at how liberals, conservatives, and libertarians each think about the government's role in these issues. Liberals have historically believed the federal government should take the lead on social issues like public education, healthcare, and poverty. They argue that the national government has the resources and reach to ensure fairness and protect the rights of all citizens, especially marginalized groups. For example, liberals might support national programs to expand healthcare access or increase funding for public schools. At various points in history, liberal ideas have shaped major social policies. The New Deal in the 1930s created Social Security, which set up a government system to provide monthly payments to retired workers so they would not fall into poverty after leaving the workforce. The Great Society programs of the 1960s established Medicare and Medicaid, which provided healthcare coverage to seniors and low-income citizens for the first time. The Affordable Care Act in the 2010s required most Americans to have health insurance and expanded Medicaid, which reduced the number of uninsured people across the country. These moments show how liberal ideology has succeeded in pushing the government to play a bigger role in social welfare. Conservative views tend to support more state-level control and less national government involvement. Conservatives have historically believed social policies should mostly be handled by state governments, or even left to families, communities, or private groups. Small government conservatives worry that too much national involvement can interfere with regional cultural values and the family's right to make decisions for themselves and their children. At various points in history, conservative ideas have shaped major social policies. For example, the New Federalism initiatives under President Ronald Reagan in the 1980s transferred control of programs like welfare, food assistance, and housing aid to state governments, which reduced federal power and allowed states to design social policies that fit local needs. The education reforms under President Donald Trump in the 2010s expanded funding for charter schools and school choice programs, which gave families and states more control over education decisions instead of relying on federal oversight. These policies show the impact of conservative ideology on limiting or reshaping government involvement. Libertarians believe that neither the national nor the state government should be heavily involved in social issues, unless it's to protect individual liberty or private property, meaning people's right to own and control their own belongings, land, or businesses. They tend to oppose most government-run social programs and instead support free choice and voluntary charity. For instance, a libertarian might argue that public health decisions should be made by individuals, not mandated by law. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how ideology influences social policy. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. I've added them all to the flashcard set and glossary of terms. This also marks the end of Unit 4. You've now got all the key information you need from this unit, but you'll need to have the ability to apply it in the exam. So here's what you need to do next. Grab the study guide in the video description to reinforce your knowledge of the information, and use the free response question mastery playbook to practice this information on exam-style questions. You can also grab the bonus resources including the answer key, word bank activity, and flashcards to enhance your studies. And when you're ready, we'll dive straight into Unit 5. Unit 5 of AP United States Government and Politics is titled Political Participation. In this unit, you'll learn how citizens, political parties, interest groups, and the media all work together to shape elections, influence government decisions, and affect who holds power in American politics. In this first lesson, we will explore voting rights and models of voting behavior. First, we will look at how key constitutional amendments increased access to voting in the United States. Then we'll explore the different ways political scientists explain voter behavior. Let's start with how voting rights expanded through key amendments to the Constitution. We'll look at 6 amendments that removed barriers and widened participation. The 14th Amendment, the 15th Amendment, the 17th Amendment, the 19th Amendment, the 24th Amendment, and the 26th Amendment. The 14th Amendment was passed after the Civil War and gave citizenship to everyone born or naturalized in the United States, including formerly enslaved people. This was important because it ensured that newly freed African Americans were recognized as full citizens, which was the foundation for protecting their civil and political rights, including voting. The 15th Amendment said that the right to vote could not be denied because of race, color, or past condition of slavery. This amendment was designed to give African American men the right to vote. However, in practice, many southern states still blocked black voters through poll taxes, which we'll discuss more when we get to the 24th Amendment. Literacy tests that whites often didn't have to take, and outright intimidation, showing that legal change didn't always lead to immediate access. The 17th Amendment changed how U.S. senators were chosen. Before this amendment, senators were selected by state legislatures, which often led to corruption and a lack of accountability. With direct election by the people, citizens gained more control over who represented them in the Senate, making the government more democratic. The 19th Amendment gave women the right to vote, ending nearly a century of organized struggle by the women's suffrage movement. It dramatically increased the size of the voting population, and helped shift the national conversation toward issues affecting women and families. The 24th Amendment banned poll taxes in federal elections. Poll taxes were fees that voters had to pay to cast a ballot, and they were mostly used in southern states to keep poor people, especially African Americans, from voting. By banning these taxes, the amendment removed a key barrier to fair political participation. The 26th Amendment lowered the voting age from 21 to 18. This change happened during the Vietnam War, when many young Americans argued that if they were old enough to be drafted and fight in war, they should also be allowed to vote. The amendment expanded the electorate and helped give younger citizens a stronger political voice. Okay, let's move on to the different models that explain why people vote the way they do. To make sense of how voters make decisions, we'll look at 4 key models that describe different patterns of voter thinking: rational choice voting, retrospective voting, prospective voting, and straight ticket voting. Rational choice voting happens when people make a decision based on what is best for them personally. They weigh the pros and cons of each candidate or policy and vote for the option they believe will most benefit their lives. Retrospective voting is when people decide how to vote by looking at what has happened in the past. Voters ask themselves whether they are better off than they were a few years ago. If they think the current leaders have done a good job, they vote to keep them. If not, they may vote for the other party or a different candidate to bring change. Prospective voting is about looking ahead rather than looking behind. Voters listen to campaign promises more than they consider how a leader performed in the past. Even if someone gave them something great, like a tax cut, the voter still asks, "Well, what are you going to give me next?" Straight ticket voting is when a voter selects candidates from the same political party across the entire ballot. For example, a straight ticket Democratic voter would vote for all the Democratic candidates listed for president, senator, and governor on the voting ticket, simply because they're standing as Democrats. People who vote this way often have strong party loyalty, or believe that one party consistently represents their values better than the other. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on voting rights and models of voting behavior. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. I've added them all to the flashcard set and glossary of terms, which you can grab through the link in the description. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 5.2. In this lesson, we'll explore 2 factors that influence the result of elections: whether someone shows up to vote, and once they show up, who they choose to vote for. Let's start with voter turnout, which refers to the percentage of eligible voters who end up casting a vote in an election. To understand why some people vote and others don't, we'll examine 5 key factors that shape voter participation: structural barriers, political efficacy, demographics, state election rules, and the type of election. You may be tested on any of these 5 issues in the exam. Structural barriers are obstacles in the voting process that make it harder for people to cast a ballot. These can include long lines at polling places, limited voting hours, or not enough polling locations in certain neighborhoods. Other barriers might be more hidden, like not being able to get time off work to vote or a lack of transportation. These issues can discourage people from voting, especially if the process feels confusing or difficult. Political efficacy is the belief that your vote matters and can make a difference. If someone feels like their voice doesn't count, or that politicians don't listen to people like them, they're less likely to vote. On the other hand, people who believe their vote has an impact are more likely to take part in elections. Demographics also play a role in turnout. Demographics refers to population factors like age, income, education, and race. All of these factors can influence whether someone is likely to vote. For example, older people tend to vote more often than younger people. People with higher incomes are also more likely to show up at the polls. State election rules can either make voting easier or harder, depending on where someone lives. Some states allow early voting, voting by mail, or same-day registration. Others have strong election security laws that make voting harder, such as voter ID rules or fewer options for voting outside of Election Day. These variations in state rules affect how convenient it is for citizens to vote and help explain turnout differences across the country. Election type also affects how many people show up to vote. Presidential elections draw more attention, more media coverage, and higher turnout. On the other hand, midterm elections, which occur halfway through a president's 4-year term and involve votes for congressional representatives, but not a president, usually see lower participation because many voters aren't as engaged or don't feel the stakes are as high if the president isn't on the ballot. Okay, let's move on to the reasons why voters choose one candidate or party over another. To understand what guides voter decision-making, we'll look at 4 major influences that you need to know for this AP Government and Politics course: party and ideology, candidate appeal, political issues, and identity-related factors. Party identification and ideology often guide how people vote. Many voters stick with a political party they've supported for years, often because that party's values align with their own. Some voters focus more on ideology, like preferring smaller government or stronger social programs, and support whichever party reflects that view. Candidate appeal refers to how voters feel about a specific person running for office. They might focus on personality, experience, or leadership ability. Political issues can be a deciding factor when voters care strongly about a particular topic. When a person's vote is based on just one issue, they're called a single-issue voter. For example, one person might vote based primarily on a candidate's position on healthcare, while someone else might primarily be concerned about lower taxes. Identity factors can also be an indicator of how someone is likely to vote. Identity factors include religion, gender, race, ethnicity, and other parts of someone's background. These factors can influence how people view politics and what issues matter to them. For example, African American voters have historically supported Democratic candidates by large margins. One contributing factor for this is the Democratic Party's historical support for federal involvement in civil rights issues. On the other hand, white evangelical Christians have tended to support Republican candidates. One contributing factor for this is that the Republican Party has historically championed abortion restrictions and religious freedom. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on what affects voter turnout and how people make voting decisions. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with a study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into Topic 5.3. In this lesson, we will explore how political parties help connect the public to the government. First, we will look at an important concept for this course called linkage institutions. Then we'll explore how political parties shape elections and influence the government. Let's start with linkage institutions. Linkage institutions are the ways people communicate with those in power. They connect average citizens to policymakers. The United States is a big country, so every individual person cannot speak directly to Congress or the president. So we rely instead on a few important systems that pass along our preferences. There are 4 major types of linkage institutions that you need to know for this course: political parties, interest groups, elections, and the media. Let's look at each one. The first way we can pass on our preferences to the government is to form, join, or support a political party. Political parties are groups of people with shared ideas about how the government should work. They're formed because we understand that groups of people are more powerful than just individuals alone. Political parties help people get elected, create policy platforms that describe their ideals, and organize lawmakers. Next is interest groups. Interest groups are organizations that focus on specific issues, like the environment, business, or religious freedom. These groups try to influence government decisions by lobbying politicians, which involves meeting with officials and persuading them, running media campaigns, or providing research that supports their views. While they don't run candidates like political parties, they are still powerful channels of communication between citizens and lawmakers. Next is elections. Elections are the most direct way people make their voices heard. When we vote for presidents, senators, and other officials, we are choosing leaders who reflect our opinions and values. Elections give citizens a chance to support or oppose certain policies by choosing candidates who align with their beliefs. Finally, we have the media. The media includes newspapers, television, and digital platforms that report on politics and government. The media helps people stay informed and often shapes public opinion. It can also influence what issues politicians focus on. Okay, for the rest of this lesson, let's zoom in on one important linkage institution: the political party. Political parties don't just exist to get people elected. They also have some key roles behind the scenes to help run the political system. For AP Government and Politics, you need to know about 5 key functions of political parties. These functions include voter mobilization, building party platforms, recruiting candidates, managing campaigns, and organizing leadership in legislatures. Let's look at each of these functions. Voter mobilization means getting people to vote. Parties do this by encouraging citizens to register, attend rallies, and show up on election day. They often target likely supporters and use ads, phone calls, or door-to-door outreach to boost turnout. Party platforms are written statements of a party's beliefs and goals. This helps voters decide which party best matches their views on things like taxes, healthcare, or education. Candidate recruitment is when parties look for people to represent the party and run for office. Parties might choose to recruit highly qualified professionals, well-known business people, respected cultural icons, or inspirational communicators. By recruiting charismatic leaders, parties can increase their chances on election day. Next is campaign management. Political parties often help candidates build strong teams to run their campaigns. The campaign management team needs to raise money, create ads, form a strong campaign strategy, and manage a candidate's schedule. Finally, we have legislative leadership. This refers to how parties organize their representatives once they're elected. In Congress and state legislatures, parties choose a party leader, assign their representatives to committee roles, which we discussed in Unit 2.2, and decide which policies to prioritize. The party leadership team's role is to help turn their policies into laws of the land. So, as you can see, political parties have an important role in organizing like-minded people to get behind a policy platform, and then passing laws once they have managed to get party representatives elected. Okay, that brings us to the end of this lesson on linkage institutions such as political parties. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. I've added them all to the flashcard set and glossary of terms, which you can grab through the link in the description. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 5.4. In this lesson, we will explore how the tactics of political parties in the United States have changed over time. Here's what we need to know for AP Government and Politics. First, we need to look at how campaigns have become more centered around individual candidates rather than parties. Second, we need to explore how parties change their messaging to appeal to different voter groups. Third, we need to examine changes in party structures. And fourth, we need to look at how political parties use new technology to appeal to voters. Let's start with candidate-centered campaigns and how they've changed the role of political parties. Candidate-centered campaigns are campaigns where the focus is more on the personality than on the political party they represent. In the past, parties played a major role in choosing who would run for office, but today, candidates often raise their own money, run their own ads, and build personal brands. This shift has weakened the power of political parties and has made elections more about individual people than the parties themselves. Okay, let's move on to how parties adapt their messaging to appeal to different demographic coalitions. Parties know they need to win the support of many different kinds of people to stay in power, so they adjust their policies and messaging to appeal to specific voter groups, called demographic coalitions. For example, to appeal to a younger voter demographic coalition, a party might focus more on student debt. Or to appeal to faith communities, the party might adapt its messaging to emphasize religious freedom. Over time, as certain demographic coalitions become more powerful, parties adapt their messaging to try to win their important votes. Now let's move on to the major influences that shape how parties are structured and operate today. There are 2 major influences on party structure that you need to know for AP Government and Politics: critical elections and campaign finance laws. Critical elections are big elections where voter support suddenly shifts from one party to another. These elections often lead to a major realignment in American politics. For example, in the 1932 election, many voters moved toward the Democratic Party because of the Great Depression, leading to the rise of the New Deal coalition, stronger support for social welfare policies, and Democratic dominance in national politics for several decades. The Republican Party needed to find a way to recapture the demographic coalitions it lost during the New Deal period. Campaign finance laws affect how money can be raised and spent during campaigns. One major change in campaign finance laws came from the Supreme Court's Citizens United versus Federal Election Commission decision in 2010, which said that the government cannot limit how much money groups spend to influence elections. This ruling led to the rise of political action committees, which collect donations to support or oppose candidates. Some of these, called super PACs, can now spend unlimited amounts of money, which means candidates often depend more on outside funding than on their political parties. These two phenomena, critical elections and campaign financing from outside the party itself, are events where political parties have fundamentally changed. The first in response to changing desires of the public, and the second in response to the rise of big money in politics. Let's move on to how political parties have adapted to modern technology, and in particular, technology's ability to gather personalized data on voters. For AP Government and Politics, you need to know 3 ways political data helps political parties: message control, micro-targeting, and targeted mobilization. Message control refers to how political parties use technology to manage what they say and how they say it. Instead of relying on mass media to spread their message, campaigns can now use social media. For example, with social media, they can post updates directly, respond to breaking news in real time, and speak directly to their supporters. Micro-targeting refers to the use of data to customize campaign messages to individuals. Here's how it works. Political parties collect detailed information about individual voters, such as where they live, how often they vote, what issues they care about, and even what kind of media they consume. They then use this data to create customized strategies. For example, a party might send one set of messages to suburban parents focused on affordable childcare, while sending a completely different set of messages to young urban voters about student debt. This kind of micro-targeting makes party messaging feel more personal and persuasive. Finally, we have targeted mobilization. Political parties closely survey people to track who has already voted, find out who still needs encouragement, and which neighborhoods need more attention. Their focus is on finding those people who support their candidates but who haven't bothered to vote yet. These tactics have become especially important in close elections where every single vote can make a difference. So, to sum up the big idea of this lesson, you need to know and understand that political parties have changed over time for a variety of reasons, including the increasing importance of the candidate rather than the party itself, changes in voter demographic coalitions, the rise of big money in politics, and the growth of technologies that have allowed for micro-targeting of potential voters. In some ways, such as due to big money in politics, parties have less control than ever. But in other ways, such as through social media and micro-targeting of voters, they have new and powerful tools to appeal to the voting public. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how political parties in the United States have changed and adapted over time. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. I've added them all to the flashcard set and glossary of terms, which you can grab through the link in the description. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 5.5. In this lesson, we will explore why third-party and independent candidates face so many obstacles in American politics. In other words, how come there are only 2 major parties, Democrats and Republicans? Why aren't Libertarian, Green, or other parties more popular? To answer this question, we need to look at how the winner-take-all system makes it very difficult for third parties to win elections. Then we will explore how major parties often absorb third-party ideas, making it even harder for third parties to stay relevant. Let's start with the winner-take-all system and why it creates such a big challenge for third parties. The winner-take-all system means that in most elections in the United States, only the candidate with the most votes wins. There are no rewards for coming in second or third. For example, say there are 500,000 votes cast in a congressional district. Party A gets 200,000 votes, Party B gets 180,000 votes, and Party C gets 120,000 votes. Even though Party A only got 40% of the votes, they win, and everyone else gets nothing. This isn't the only way it could be done. In some other countries like Germany, they have proportional voting, where each party gets representation based on the percentage of vote. In a hypothetical proportional representation situation, more people might have been sent to Congress. Party A may have sent 4 representatives, while Party B sent 3 and Party C sent 2. This winner-takes-all system in the United States has many structural disadvantages. Let's look at 2: wasted votes and lack of attention to third parties. First, it discourages people from voting for a third party. Since there are no partial wins, voters are afraid to waste their vote on someone unlikely to win. That fear pushes people to vote for one of the 2 major parties, the one they might think is the lesser of 2 evils, even if they like a third-party candidate more. The second structural disadvantage of the winner-takes-all system is that the media doesn't give third parties attention, donors don't give third parties money, and the public don't take third parties seriously. They all know that the third party is highly unlikely to win, so the third party is often effectively ignored. Okay, let's move on to how major parties absorb third-party ideas and why that's another obstacle. When third parties start to get popular, major parties often respond by adding their popular ideas to their own platforms. For example, if a third party gains support by calling for environmental reform, one of the major parties might adopt similar environmental policies in its platform. When that happens, voters who care about the issue may feel like they no longer need to support the third party, since one of the big parties is now offering what they want. This strategy helps the 2-party system stay strong while keeping third parties from growing. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on the barriers facing third-party and independent candidates in the United States. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into Topic 5.6. In previous lessons, we have briefly touched on the role of interest groups in government and politics. It's time to go deeper into what interest groups are and how they influence our political system. For this lesson, we will look at how interest groups try to influence people and policy directly. Second, we'll explore the networks that link interest groups with lawmakers and agencies. And third, we'll look at why some interest groups have more power than others. Let's start with how interest groups try to influence people and policy directly. For this AP course, you need to know about 4 specific ways interest groups exert influence: educating voters and officials, lobbying and drafting legislation, mobilizing members, and filing amicus curiae briefs. First is educating voters and officials. A core job of interest groups is to try to spread information that supports their goals. They may publish articles, make websites, or run ad campaigns to explain their side of an issue. Their goal is to help the public and government officials better understand a topic and hopefully support the group's viewpoint. Next is lobbying and drafting. This is when interest groups try to directly influence lawmakers to support certain laws or policies. Lobbyists are professionals hired by these groups to talk directly to politicians and explain what the group wants. Drafting refers to situations where interest groups write drafts of laws themselves and give them to lawmakers to use. Mobilizing members means getting members of the interest group to take action. This could include coordinating members so they all contact their representatives at the same time in order to get attention to the cause. They may also mobilize their members to attend protests or cast their vote for a certain candidate in an upcoming election. The goal here is to show that lots of people care about an issue in order to put pressure on government leaders to act. Next, we have amicus curiae, which means friend of the court. This happens when a person or group not directly involved in a court case sends written advice or information to help the judges make their decision. The amicus curiae usually contains information about the issue that the interest group wants the courts to know about. This is intended to sway the judges to support their position. For example, if there is a court case between the government and a mining company about whether the mining company should be allowed to expand their mine, an environmentalist interest group might submit an amicus curiae brief that shows potential environmental impacts of the mine expansion. Okay, let's move on to the networks that link interest groups with lawmakers and agencies. There are two key networks you need to know about for this lesson: iron triangles and issue networks. We've come across these two concepts in Lesson 2.12, but we'll re-examine them here in order to stick closely to the AP course framework. Let's start with iron triangles. Iron triangles are long-lasting, strong connections between three groups: a government agency, a congressional committee, and an interest group. These three groups often work closely together to develop and promote policies. For example, a farming interest group might work with the Department of Agriculture and a congressional farming committee to keep farm subsidies in place. Issue networks are looser and more flexible. They are groups of people and organizations that care about a specific topic. They can include interest groups, experts, government workers, journalists, and others. Unlike iron triangles, issue networks aren't permanent, and the people involved might change depending on the issue. But they still help interest groups share ideas and influence government actions. Okay, let's move on to why some interest groups have more power than others. Not all interest groups are equally powerful, meaning some groups can have much more influence on policy than others. Three factors that affect an interest group's power are membership size and resources, insider access, and the problem of free riders. Membership size and resources make a big difference. Some groups, like the American Association of Retired Persons, have millions of members and lots of money. This gives them the ability to run big ad campaigns and hire expensive lobbyists. Smaller groups with fewer members and less money often can't do as much. Insider access is another major factor. Some groups have strong relationships with government leaders and get more meetings or calls returned. This kind of access means they can get their ideas in front of the right people at the right time, which helps them shape policy more directly. One way lobby groups maintain insider access is by hiring former lawmakers after they have retired from Congress. These former lawmakers may be friendly with the current lawmakers and can therefore get their calls returned more easily. Another issue impacting how much influence an interest group has is the problem of free riders. Free riders are people who benefit from the work of an interest group without actually joining or helping the group. For example, if an environmental group helps pass a clean air law, everyone gets cleaner air, even those who didn't support the group. If there are too many free riders who fail to support the interest group, the group may lose influence. To deal with this, many interest groups offer membership benefits, like shopping discounts, magazines, or member-only events that encourage people to join and support the group financially. Okay, that brings us to the end of our first lesson on interest groups. In this lesson, we learned about several ways interest groups influence policy, how they team up with other groups to advance their goals, and increase their power through gaining members and hiring effective lobbyists. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into Topic 5.7. In this lesson, we'll continue our study of groups that can influence policy by exploring some specific types of groups. First, we will look at three types of interest groups. Then we'll zoom out to look at other types of actors that influence policymaking. Let's start with the types of groups that try to influence society and government decisions. We'll look at three kinds of groups: single-issue groups, ideological and social movements, and protest movements. Single-issue groups are focused on just one main concern. Their strength comes from being laser-focused and consistent. They are usually very organized and highly motivated because their members care deeply about that specific topic. For example, a group might only care about increasing funding for public schools, banning plastic straws, or saving endangered animals. Ideological and social movements are bigger and broader than single-issue groups. They are built around a set of beliefs or values and often want to bring about long-term cultural or political change. The environmental movement, for example, includes many smaller groups, but they all share a belief in protecting the planet. These movements can last for decades and work through protests, campaigns, education, and elections. Their goal is to shift how people think, not just change one law. Protest movements form when people feel frustrated and want fast, visible change. These movements often organize marches, sit-ins, or demonstrations to get the attention of the public and the government. For example, the Black Lives Matter movement brought national attention to issues of police violence through protests in cities across the country. Protest movements can influence public opinion and force leaders to respond, even if the movement isn't connected to a specific political party. This lesson also requires that we look at 4 types of actors that can influence policy. Here, we branch out from just public interest groups and include other types of organizations as well. We'll look at 4 actors: interest groups, professional organizations, the bureaucracy, and the military. As we've seen, interest groups are organizations that work to influence what government does. They may represent specific causes, such as environmentalism, and industries, such as the mining industry. Professional organizations represent people who work in a specific job field, like doctors, lawyers, or teachers. These groups care about rules and laws that affect how their members do their jobs. For example, a national teachers group might advocate for better school funding or new education standards. They use expert knowledge and research to guide policy decisions and sometimes even help write the first drafts of new rules. The bureaucracy includes all the government agencies that carry out the laws Congress passes. You might remember from Lesson 2.12 that we discussed a range of bureaucratic departments such as the Department of Defense and Department of State, as well as agencies within each department such as the Federal Bureau of Investigation and Environmental Protection Agency, along with many others. These agencies have the power to shape policy by deciding how a law is enforced. For example, the Environmental Protection Agency decides how to apply pollution laws. Bureaucrats might write detailed rules, gather public input, and decide how to spend money from a federal budget. While they don't make the laws, they have a lot of control over how those laws work in real life. The military also plays a role in policymaking. Military leaders often give advice to the president or Congress about threats to national sovereignty and the needs of the military. For example, if generals say they need more troops or new machinery, that could shape how the government spends money. While the military doesn't set policy, its influence is taken very seriously. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how different groups try to shape government decisions and policy outcomes. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 5.8. Okay, for the next few lessons, we're moving on from our discussion of groups that influence policy and progressing to a discussion about how we elect our president and congresspeople. In this lesson, we will explore how the United States chooses its president. For this, we need to explore the processes leading up to a presidential election. Then we need to examine how the Electoral College works and why some people want to change it. Let's start with the processes leading up to a presidential election by zooming in on 3 key moments that you need to know for this AP lesson. These are the incumbency advantage, the nomination process, and party conventions. Incumbency advantage is the benefit that a current president has when running for re-election. People already know who they are, they often get more media coverage, and they have an easier time raising money. Our next concept is the nomination process. When a party needs to select a new leader to stand as their presidential candidate, they go through a nomination process. This isn't the vote for president, it's the vote beforehand, where the Democratic and Republican parties choose who they want to be their party nominee. For example, in the 2024 Republican process, we had candidates like Donald Trump, Nikki Haley, and Ron DeSantis all stand for nomination. They were all well-known Republicans who wanted to become the president, but the party could only nominate one of them. The party ended up selecting Donald Trump. To do this, there is a state-by-state selection process involving 2 types of elections, primaries and caucuses. Some states have primary elections. In primary elections, people can vote to say who they want to be the party's candidate. There are 2 types of primaries, open and closed. In an open primary, any voter can participate, even if they don't belong to the party. In a closed primary, only registered party members can vote for their party's candidates. Whether a primary is open or closed varies by state. In other states, they have caucuses instead of primaries. Caucuses are in-person meetings where party members gather in a meeting to vote on candidates. Party members meet in locations like churches and town halls around the state for a detailed discussion and debate. They then vote publicly, often by raising hands or moving to different parts of the room. After all the states have completed their primaries and caucuses and selected their preferred candidate, a party convention is called. Each party holds a national meeting where delegates from each state officially select the presidential candidate. For example, the California delegates may turn up to say their state selected candidate A, while the Florida delegates may turn up and say they selected candidate B. Once all the states vote and they add up the delegate counts, we end up with a party nominee for president. For example, in 2024, Donald Trump ended up getting 2,320 delegates, and Nikki Haley got 97. So, Trump was nominated as the Republican Party candidate. At the end of the convention, the chosen candidate gives a major speech called an acceptance speech that kicks off the next phase of the campaign. This winning nominee proceeds to the general election. So, in the 2024 scenario, Donald Trump proceeded to run against the Democratic candidate, Kamala Harris, for the national vote for president. So, let's look at how the general election works now. The general election is the final vote by people across the country where they choose between the nominated candidates from each party. It usually happens in November. You may think that everyone's vote counts for one vote toward the president, but that's not the case. In fact, people don't directly vote for the president at all. They vote in a complex system called the Electoral College. To explain the Electoral College process, we'll break it down into 4 key ideas: how states allocate votes, the winner-take-all system, the difference between the Electoral College and the popular vote, and the ongoing debate about the system. Let's start with how states allocate votes. You might remember from Lesson 1.5 that during the Constitutional Convention of 1787, delegates from larger and smaller states had to compromise in order to create a system that both sides would accept. The founders agreed to create an indirect system to elect the president. Instead of everybody's vote counting as one vote for their candidate, states were allocated electors who would choose the president. Each state would start with 2 electors, which was selected because that is also how many senators each state got. Then they get additional electors based upon the number of members of the House of Representatives each state had. For example, California starts out with 2 electors because every state has 2 senators. Then they get an extra 52 electors because they have 52 members of the House of Representatives, which is selected by population size. North Dakota also gets 2 electors because every state has 2 senators. They also get 1 more elector because they have 1 member of the House of Representatives, which is selected by population size. In total, California gets 54 electors who can cast a vote for president, and North Dakota gets 3. This system slightly increases the influence of smaller states like North Dakota in presidential elections, since every state, regardless of population, starts off with 2 electoral votes. So when people go to vote for president, they are not directly voting for president. They are casting a vote to tell their state's electors who to vote for. But it doesn't stop there. The Electoral College has another quirk, the winner-takes-all model. The winner-take-all system is used in almost every state. It means that the candidate who gets the most votes in that state wins all of the state's electoral votes, even if they win by just a small amount. For example, Texas has 40 electors. If candidate A gets 51% of the vote in Texas and candidate B gets 49%, they don't split those 40 electors proportionally. Instead, candidate A receives all of the electoral votes from Texas. Because the Electoral College determines the outcome of presidential elections rather than the national popular vote, it is possible for a candidate to win the presidency without receiving the most votes nationwide. For example, in 2016, Hillary Clinton won over 2.5 million more popular votes than Donald Trump. But Donald Trump became president because he received 304 electoral votes, while Hillary Clinton received only 227. Due to this difference between the popular vote and the Electoral College, there is an ongoing debate about whether the system is fair. You need to be able to understand arguments for and against the Electoral College for the exam, so let's list a few. Supporters argue that the Electoral College ensures all regions of the country have a voice in the election. It prevents a few big cities from deciding the outcome, and it is designed to protect small states from being dominated by large states. Critics say it is undemocratic because it doesn't represent the true will of the people, especially when we get a president who the plurality of voters actively voted against. It also holds larger states captive to the preferences of smaller states. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how the United States elects its president. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. I've added them all to the flashcard set and glossary of terms, which you can grab through the link in the description. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into Topic 5.9. The previous lesson looked at how we elect a president. In this lesson, we will explore how we elect Congress. Congress refers to both the House of Representatives and the Senate. All 435 seats in the House of Representatives are up for election every 2 years, meaning each member of the House of Representatives serves a 2-year term. About 1/3 of the 100 Senate seats come up for re-election every 2 years, and each senator serves a 6-year term. Okay, so let's look at the election processes for Congress. First, we will look at what happens in the lead-up to congressional elections, and then we'll explore how general elections, including both presidential and midterm years, shape congressional results. Let's start with the lead-up to the elections. In this section, we'll explore incumbency advantage and the nomination process. You might remember from our earlier lesson on how we elect a president that incumbents, meaning people already in the elected position, often have an edge. The same is true in congressional races, and it's even more evident in Congress. In the House of Representatives, for example, incumbents win re-election over 90% of the time. This is because they already have name recognition, a voting record to campaign on, and easier access to campaign donations. It is also influenced by gerrymandering, which we discussed in Lesson 2.3. This is the phenomenon where many congressional districts are drawn in ways that favor one party over the other. Okay, let's move on to the nomination process, which is the process where the parties select their candidates to stand in the election. As with presidential nomination, parties can choose to use primaries or caucuses to select their nominees. Let's look at the primaries process for Congress. We already talked about open and closed primaries when learning about presidential elections, so we'll keep this short. In an open primary, any registered voter can choose to vote in either party's primary. They don't have to be a member of the party itself. In a closed primary, only voters who are registered with a political party can vote in that party's primary. One effect of closed primaries is that more extreme candidates are more likely to win because only strong and highly partisan party supporters are voting. In contrast, open primaries can lead to more moderate candidates because independents and swing voters have a say as well. Okay, now let's talk briefly about caucuses. Again, we've already covered this process in our presidential elections lesson, but here's how it applies to Congress. Some states still use caucuses to choose congressional candidates, but they are much less common than primaries. A caucus is a meeting of party members who gather to discuss and vote on who they want to represent their party. It is not a private vote, it's a group decision. Now let's move on to general elections, which are the final stage of the process. General elections decide who actually wins the seat in Congress. These can happen in presidential election years or in midterm years. In presidential election years, which happen every 4 years, the president, all of the House of Representatives, and a third of the Senate are up for election. Midterm years occur 2 years after each presidential election and are called midterms because they occur in the middle of the president's 4-year term. The president is not up for election, but all of the House of Representatives and a third of the Senate are still voted upon. When general elections are held during a presidential year, turnout tends to be higher, and congressional candidates often get a boost, or a hit, based on how popular their party's presidential candidate is. But in midterm elections, the president's party usually loses seats in Congress. This is because voters often use midterms as a way to express their discontent about the president. Since fewer people vote in midterms and those who do tend to be more politically motivated, the results can swing sharply against the party in power. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on congressional elections. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into Topic 5.10. In Lessons 5.10 and 5.11, we'll look at how political campaigns work. For the first lesson, we will explore the features, benefits, and drawbacks of modern campaigns. First, we will look at how campaigns now rely on professional consultants. Then we'll examine how rising campaign costs have increased the need for constant fundraising. Next, we'll explore how long election cycles have become. And finally, we'll consider how social media has reshaped the way candidates communicate and raise money. For each of these, you may be tested on both benefits and drawbacks, so we'll look at some pros and cons as we go along. Let's start with the growing use of professional consultants in campaigns. Modern campaigns often hire consultants to handle key parts of the campaign, like crafting messages, analyzing polls, planning ads, and managing public appearances. These consultants are experts in running political campaigns, but the downside is that they can make campaigns feel more like marketing projects than democratic debates. Some people worry that this focus on strategy over substance weakens public trust and disconnects candidates from voters. Okay, let's move on to campaign costs and fundraising. Campaigns today are more expensive than ever. Candidates need to raise millions of dollars to pay for staff, travel, TV and digital ads, event planning, and more. This constant need for fundraising decreases the amount of time congresspeople can spend doing their core democratic role of representing their voters. For example, they spend a lot of time fundraising, which can distract from meeting with voters or working on policy ideas. Wealthy donors and political action committees also play a bigger role, which raises concerns about money having too much influence in politics. We'll talk more about the role of political action committees in the next lesson. Next, let's talk about how long election cycles have become. Unlike many countries where campaigns are short and focused, American campaigns often stretch over many months, sometimes even years. Presidential hopefuls, for example, may start campaigning more than a year before Election Day. This long cycle gives voters more time to learn about the candidates, but it can also lead to voter fatigue. It also increases campaign costs and puts more pressure on candidates to constantly stay in the spotlight. Now let's look at the impact of social media on campaigns. Social media platforms like X, Instagram, and YouTube have become essential tools for campaigns. Candidates use them to share messages quickly, connect with supporters, and raise money directly. This gives them a fast, direct way to reach voters, especially young ones. But it also opens the door to misinformation, targeted ads that can manipulate opinions, and the pressure to go viral rather than explain serious policy ideas. We'll look deeper at the role of the media in lessons 12 and 13 of this unit. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how modern campaigns work in U.S. politics. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into Topic 5.11. In this lesson, we will explore how money influences political campaigns in the United States. First, we will look at some of the key laws and Supreme Court cases that have shaped how campaign finance works. Then we'll examine the debates that continue today about fairness and influence in campaign funding. And finally, we'll look at the different types of political action committees that raise and spend money to influence elections. Let's start with the key laws and court cases that define how campaign finance operates in the United States. We will look at two major developments: the Bipartisan Campaign Reform Act and the key Supreme Court decisions. The Bipartisan Campaign Reform Act, often called the McCain-Feingold Act, was passed in 2002. Its goal was to limit the role of money in politics. This act addressed the problem of corporations donating soft money, which was unlimited amounts of money to political parties for so-called party-building activities. The law also set new rules for political ads. It stopped corporations and unions from paying for ads that mentioned a candidate within 30 days of a primary election or 60 days of a general election. It also added the Stand By Your Ad rule, which requires candidates in TV and radio ads to say their name and then say, "I approve this message." While the Bipartisan Campaign Reform Act temporarily limited money in politics, these efforts were undermined by Supreme Court decisions in the 2010s, which made it easier for outside groups to fund political advertising and political campaigns. Let's take a look at these rulings. In Citizens United versus FEC in 2010, the court said that corporations and unions could spend unlimited amounts of money on independent political ads. Later cases like McCutcheon versus FEC removed limits on how many candidates a person could donate to. These rulings were based on the idea that spending money is a form of free speech, protected by the First Amendment. Okay, let's move on to the debates that continue around campaign finance today. Many of the most heated arguments focus on two issues: the balance between free speech and fairness, and whether large contributions distort democracy. The free speech versus fairness debate is about whether limiting money in politics helps or hurts democracy. Some people say spending money on ads or political campaigns is a way to express opinions, and any limits are unfair. Others say rich people and big groups have too much power, and limits help give regular voters a fair chance to be heard. The second issue is the influence of contributions and whether they lead to corruption. Critics worry that big donors expect something in return, such as by expecting politicians to pass laws in return for their funding. Supporters argue that donations are a way to support candidates they believe in, and that there's no proof donations directly change votes. Still, many Americans are uncomfortable with how much money flows through politics and wonder whether elected officials truly represent ordinary people. Now let's move on to the different types of political action committees, which are groups that raise and spend money during campaigns. There are two main types we'll look at: traditional political action committees and super PACs. Traditional political action committees are groups that raise money to directly support candidates or parties. Because they donate directly to campaigns, there are strict limits on how much they can give. These political action committees usually represent interest groups, like labor unions or business associations, and continue to follow rules about who can contribute and how much. Super PACs, on the other hand, don't give it directly to candidates. Because their money isn't controlled by candidates or parties, they can spend as much money as they want. However, they are supposed to work independently. That means they can run ads or promote messages, but they're not allowed to coordinate with the campaigns themselves. In reality, the line between coordinating and not coordinating can be unclear, and that's part of the ongoing controversy. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on campaign finance in the United States. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 5.12. In this lesson, we will explore how the media shapes what we know and what we focus on in American politics. First, we will look at how the media sets the agenda and influences what political information we see. Then we'll examine how media coverage of elections can become more about competition than substance, a pattern known as horse race reporting. Let's start with how the media sets the agenda and shapes political information. This process is called agenda setting. It means the media doesn't just report on politics, it plays a big role in deciding which issues get public attention. Some stories rise to the top of people's minds not because they're the most important, but because they're the most covered. To understand how this happens, we need to look at 4 different parts of media influence: traditional news sources, new technologies, social media influence, and types of political coverage. First, traditional news sources. These include long-standing outlets like major newspapers, television networks, and radio programs. These platforms have shaped American politics for decades. Historically, they were seen as highly trustworthy by many. So, when they highlighted a political issue, like an immigration bill or a Supreme Court ruling, it signaled to the public that this is something worth paying attention to. That's how traditional media helped set the agenda for decades. You might have noticed on the line chart I just showed you that trust in traditional media has declined over time. As a result, many people have turned to new technologies and social media. Let's look at these newer forms of media. Today, people consume news through apps, websites, podcasts, and 24-hour news channels. These technologies let people access information quickly and constantly, but they also create a problem. The speed of news can lead to surface-level understanding. People might see headlines flash across their phone screens without ever reading the full story. The constant flood of updates makes it harder to focus on any one issue. Third, social media influence. Platforms like Instagram, TikTok, and X, formerly Twitter, let users share political content instantly. politicians and activists often go directly to the public on these platforms, bypassing traditional media. Social media can spread information fast, but it can also spread false or misleading content just as quickly. And because algorithms show people content that matches their interests, users can get stuck in echo chambers where they only see one side of an issue. Fourth, types of political coverage. The media doesn't just choose what stories to cover, it also shapes how we understand those stories. Investigative news coverage focuses on facts and context, helping people understand real issues and events. Interpretive coverage adds analysis or expert commentary, guiding audiences toward particular interpretations or policy priorities. Meanwhile, sensational coverage emphasizes drama, conflict, or emotion, drawing attention to controversy rather than substance. Together, these styles shape which topics the public sees as urgent and how those topics are understood. Okay, let's move on to horse race reporting. This term describes when the media focuses on who's ahead and who's behind in an election, rather than the substance of the policy proposals. Reporters might talk more about poll numbers or who won a debate. This creates a mentality where the race becomes more important than the issues. When elections are covered like horse races, the focus becomes on popularity instead of policies, and elections can feel more like a personality contest than a serious choice about the country's future. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on how the media influences American politics. On the screen now are the key terms from this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide and free response question mastery playbook, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll dive right into topic 5.13. In this lesson, we'll look at how the media has changed over time and how those changes affect politics and democracy. The big idea for this lesson is this. In the 20th century, the media told people what to think about. In the 21st century, it often tells people what they already believe. In this lesson, we will explore a phenomenon called media polarization, and then we'll explore the effects of media polarization. Let's start with media polarization, which refers to the division of mass media audiences into smaller groups, often based on ideology. There are three key causes of media polarization that we'll explore: media algorithms, biased media, and concentration of media ownership. Let's start with media algorithms. As we saw in our last lesson, most people used to get news from a few big newspapers or TV networks. When this was the case, most citizens, regardless of their political ideologies, saw the same headlines. Today, that's no longer true. News spreads through social media algorithms, and everyone's newsfeed looks different. As a result, different groups of people are exposed to different facts and opinions. While this gives people more control over what they watch, it also makes it harder for everyone to share a common understanding of what's happening. As a society, we have lost a shared sense of what is true and what isn't. Another reason for audience fragmentation is the rise of biased media. Many news outlets realize that focusing on an ideological position, such as a left-wing or right-wing ideology, could help them attract a subset of loyal viewers. As a result, many news outlets, in both the traditional and new media spaces, now have clear political leanings. This can make their reporting one-sided. Furthermore, since news outlets compete for clicks and views, partisan media outlets often focus on sensational stories that they know will grab the attention of their audiences, rather than focusing on deep, insightful, and educational analysis. A third issue is concentrated media ownership. A few big companies, such as Fox Corporation and Comcast, control many news outlets. At the same time, online platforms like X and Meta control much of the distribution of news online, which means they can influence which topics get seen or ignored. Together, these issues have led to growing concern that people aren't always getting a full or balanced picture of events. Now that we've explored the causes of audience fragmentation, let's look at its effects. We'll look at the growing ideological divide of the electorate and loss of trust. Let's start with the growing ideological divide. When people mostly see news that matches what they already believe, it can create an echo chamber. In an echo chamber, people are only exposed to content that they agree with. They don't hear alternative views. This tends to strengthen people's ideological positions and deepens political divisions. Another effect of media polarization is a growing loss of trust in the news. When every news source seems biased or driven by profit, many people stop believing any of them. It becomes harder to know which sources are reliable and which are spreading misleading information. As we saw in last lesson's graph, even news organizations that were once highly respected face increasing skepticism as citizens become unsure about who they can trust to tell them the truth. The challenge for today's citizens is learning how to stay informed in a world where the media is increasingly partisan and polarizing. Okay, that brings us to the end of both this lesson and this whole unit. You've now got all the key information you need for the unit, but you'll need to have the ability to apply it in the exam. So here's what you need to do next. Grab the study guide and free response question mastery playbook from the link in the video description to reinforce your knowledge of the information. And with that, we've reached the end. Good luck in your exam.